social science, research fields and emerging research fields such as biomedical science. I take pleasure to introduce the distinguished chair.
Well, all speakers are attending or not yet. Dr. Joshua. So our session have 4 speakers, and already 2 speakers attending here. But The other two speakers are not yet.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. Pankaj Khosla. He
Yes,
is a
sir.
speaker.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We are from the technical team, sir.
I see. Okay, thank you. So only two speakers attending right now.
Yes, sir. So far, two speakers. Maybe we can start over, and probably in the course of time, people will join again.
Yes.
Okay, we have a lot of time to discuss.
Yes. So maybe we can start the session for now.
Yes, now.
Yeah. So, okay. Good morning to everyone attending this session. The theme of this session is role of science and technology and social science in emerging research fields such as biomedical science, information science, and the natural science. We have 4 presenters for this session, and I have the honor to introduce the distinguished chair for this session, Professor SHIBUSAWA Sakae. Professor SHIBUSAWA Sakae is from Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology. He is as well as the Secretary General, Treasurer of Science Council of Asia. He is promoting social development of community-based precision agriculture using ICT, development of real-time soil sensor, social experiment of recycling type agriculture, and support for learning intelligent farmer group. Sir, we welcome you to this panel. And may I now request the chair to take over and proceed with the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Nice introductions. So everybody call me Sakae. Of course, I love sake, but the correct pronunciation is Sakae. Thank you. So our session title is a lot of science and technology and social science, but focus is a lot of science and scientists against the big gaps among the science producer and science user, and also science maybe fundraising, a supporter like a government and so on. Then we have the very different topics we have, but scientists and science have a very important role in that situation and conflict or negotiating, and it's kinds of a science communication. So we have the 4 speakers for 100 minutes. So each speaker has 25 minutes. So then each presentations, 20 minutes presentation and a couple of minutes discussion at first. Now, then if we have some times, we want to have a general discussions. Let me introduce just only name and affiliations to save time. So now we have the first speaker, Mr. Shun Hosaka, Second Secretary Agriculture Attache, the Embassy of Japan, New Delhi. It's your time, please.
Thank you so much for introduction. Yeah. Now I'm trying to share my PowerPoint, so please wait a minute.
Yes, we
Yes,
see.
sir. It's visible.
Okay, thanks so much. And can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay, now I would like to start. Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all attendees. It is my great pleasure to have a chance to do my presentation in the Science Council of Asia conference today. My name is Hosaka Shun from Embassy of Japan in New Delhi. I am an agriculture attaché from the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries from Japan. I came to India last July, and now I am in charge of private investment promotions in agriculture, forestry, and the fisheries area. And also, now I am in charge of expanding Japanese cuisine, like washoku, and ingredients including Japanese sake. Today, although it is limited time, I would like to introduce Japanese policies and activities for expanding agriculture digital transformation in Japan. Now, I explain surroundings of Japanese agriculture. Please see our left graph. This is about annual average temperature deviation in Japan. Annual average temperature of Japan is increasing in the rate of 1.26 degrees Celsius per 100 years. Annual average temperature in 2020 was highest in the record that has been continuing since 1898. Agricultural, forestry industries and fisheries can be easily affected by climate change. And as you can see in the pictures of rice and apples, the quality of agricultural production has already deteriorated due to high temperatures. Next slide. Please watch our left graph. This is about number of occurrences, rainfall of 50 millimeter or more per hour. Because of increasing of amount of rainfall and so on, natural disasters has become serious. We can see broken greenhouses, especially in typhoon season, and it occurs frequently recent years. Next graph. Please watch our left graph. Yellow is a graph of the number of core agricultural workers by each generation as of 2010. Green is that as of 2015, and red is that as of 2020. Parenthesis 1 shows the number of core agricultural workers. Parenthesis 2 shows average age of farmers, and parenthesis 3 shows the number of core farmers under 60 years old. As you can see in this graph, aging of Japanese farmers is proceeding, and it is predicted that decreasing of farmers will be continuing more and more. Please watch light graph. Red shows the transition of the population index in the urban area. Green shows that of flatland agricultural area. Yellow shows that of intermediate agriculture area. And blue shows that of mountainous agricultural area. The population index as of 2015 is 100. As you can see this graph, population decline in agricultural, mountainous, and fishing villages is remarkable. Fragility of agricultural production bases, like lack of manpower, is a big issue. Next graph, slide. In spite of this circumstance, there are many handmade works and skilled works in agriculture. So labor saving, securing labor force, and labor burden reduction are a big issue in rural area. Agriculture digital transformation concept was formulated to solve these issues in agricultural site in Japan. Based on agriculture digital transformation concept, various projects have been done looking ahead to 2030. Objectives of this concept are to realize highly efficient farming with utilizing digital technology in hard circumstances like aging of farmers and lack of manpower. And to capture consumer needs with data. And to provide to provide agriculture products and foods in a way that consumers can realize value. Possibility of utilizing digital technology in agriculture and the food industry. Sorry, I would like to I would like to explain again. In spite of this circumstance, there are many handoff works, and so agricultural digital transformation concept was formulated to solve these issues in agricultural site in Japan, and about this digital transformation concept, there are three objectives. As I said, to realize highly efficient farming with utilizing digital technology in hard circumstances like aging of farmers and lack of manpower. Second, to capture consumer needs with data. Third, to provide agricultural products and foods in a way that consumers can realize value. And the possibility of utilizing digital technology in agriculture and food industry area is highly diversified. Public-private partnerships and activities in each sectors are ongoing. As you can see, there are some sector: production site, rural areas, food manufacturing, distribution, and so on. Today, I would like to focus the activities of utilizing digital technology in agriculture producing site and introduce them. It is promoting smart agriculture. Smart agriculture means the agriculture with utilizing cutting-edge technology like robot, AI, and IoT. Effects of smart agriculture are automation of farm works, simplification of sharing information, and utilization of data. By these effects, it can be possible that labor saving, labor burden reduction, agricultural skill improvement of non-skilled farmers, and realization of high-level agricultural business management, and so on. To promote smart agriculture, Japanese government formulated Smart Agriculture Promotion Comprehensive Package in October 2020. This package consists in 5 components. One is demonstration and analysis of smart agriculture dissemination. Second, development and dissemination of new agricultural support services. Third, improvement of practical environment. Fourth, providing learning opportunities. Fifth, overseas expansion. Today, I cannot introduce each component and its detail, but I would like to choose some points and introduce them. Smart Agriculture Demonstration Project aims to clarify cost effectiveness of smart agriculture technologies and aims to expand smart agriculture to various areas, including mountainous area and items. This project started in 2019, and as of now, in about 180 sites, this project has been doing. I showed the image of this project in paddy field. From plowing to harvesting, there are many steps, but and Japanese government try to do demonstration in each steps. By introducing smart agriculture technologies to each steps from start to end, we verify the effects of these technologies. However, if these agricultural data through the project exist in each farmers and companies, it is meaningless. It is important and necessary that farmers and agricultural companies who provide agricultural services can access these data easily. So, as a cooperation area, the Japanese government established agricultural data linkage infrastructure named WAGRI in 2019. In this platform, data linkage, data sharing, and data provision are possible. This platform made it possible for farmers to choose and use agriculture services as per their needs and try to improve their business using various data. However, know-how and related data about cultivation are property for farmers and companies. So it is also necessary to consider how to protect their know-how. If it can be protected as a patent or copyright by national law, it is fine. But if it cannot be protected by national law, it is necessary to protect that by each contract. So Japanese government formulated contract guidelines for AI and data in the agricultural sector in March 2020. In this guideline, you can find drafts of contract and case studies. By this guideline, users can easily understand the scope of rights about usage of data among related people and how to set value. This effect will lead to utilization of data and avoid troubles result from lack of understanding. Lastly, I would like to finally, I would like to introduce a public-private partnership in India named J-Methods Farming Project. J-Methods Farming Project aims to contribute to improvement of agricultural productivity and quality of productions in India by setting model farm to show Japanese agricultural technologies as a package. Since 2019, we have been continuing this project with 21 partner companies in Anand, Gujarat state. SEWA, SEWA, Self-Employed Women's Association, is in charge of cultivation and management. And we could get high evaluations from team in terms of improvement of farmers' skills and labor burden reductions. On the other hand, we also get many issues to be solved, such as the need for local optimization of agricultural technology and the guidance for farmers on cultivation methods. I understand that introduction of smart agriculture is currently becoming more active in India, focusing on the use of drones. And in this moment, entrepreneurs of various smart agriculture fields have been emerging, and many kinds of services have been emerging. I would like to continue considering how Japan can contribute to India in the fields of agriculture digital transformation with observation movement of smart agriculture in India and using the knowledge gained from this project. Today, thank you so much for giving me a chance to do my presentation. This year is the 19th, sorry, this is an important point. This year is the 70th anniversary year in terms of diplomatic relationship between Japan and India. So we would like to spread many seeds for further strengthening our future relationship. I would be happy if you contacted me and discussed more about today's topic and so on. Thank you for your kind attention. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hosaka. So I cannot find the question audience. Can I have a question or comment from audience? I didn't see the chat one. Okay. So I got a good information from your presentation. Okay, so I see the fascinating, good technology, technology rich, but application could be problem in India and Japan. And what kind of farmer? We have any kind of aspect of farmers. What kind of farmer will attend and this project, or what kind of farmer can use these technologies? Individual farmer or farmers group or farmers organization, or otherwise some company coming into the agriculture sector. What do you say about in Japan and India? Do you have any opinion or comment?
Yeah, thank you so much for comment. As you said, application of agricultural technology to farmers is very important and a big issue, both of Japan and India. In India, it is my opinion, some middle-class farmers try to introduce these kinds of agriculture technology, cutting-edge technology. I mean, in some local areas, lower class of farmers cannot try to introduce these kinds of technologies because they are very keen to get money to live day by day. So I mean, they don't have enough property and money to introduce these kinds of technologies, and so in India, or upper class or middle class of farmers try to introduce these kinds of technologies. But on the other hand, in India, Indian people has their own cell phone, like iPhone and so on. So they have their own these kinds of facilities like iPhone. So I think they can get many information to make a decision how to cultivate, how to harvest. They can get easily, they can get these kinds of information easily by cell phone. This is very similar with Japan, I think.
So individual farmer can make decisions, or farmers group, or community in Japan. So in the outside, they can easy to see the farmer can decide individually, but it is no. Every farmer can talk with the neighborhoods, and local government, the company, of course, the family. They make a decision. But if representative farmer make an opinion, then we can see the 100 people behind him. So the Indian farmer, I think it's the same way, and the local community as well. So the Japanese embassy has looked at the individual farmer as well as the behind them, the community, to have a channel to communication. Otherwise, if the farmers did not agree them, then this project will fall down.
I see.
Oh.
Thank you so much. Because of COVID-19 pandemic, I don't have enough chance to go site
Exactly
and
right.
go site and research these issues. But in this project, J-Method farming project, Sever is in charge of dairy management of plants, and as a organization, as a group, they decide how to cultivate and manage and how to manage plants. But in general, in local area in India, I think each farmers make a decision, but based on their experiences. So, of course, I think I think farmers try to get some advices from neighborhood, but each farmers make decision, I think. So how to make a decision is a very big issue, and we have to try improve their knowledge and how to make a decision.
Okay, co-working is very important.
Yeah,
So,
I think so.
That's I think the third speaker, Roman Kalita, will introduce some issue in the farmers in Assam, but not here. Okay.
I see.
It is time, so thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me today. Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing the presentation from other presenters. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we move to the next speaker, the Professor Sitakanta Mishra, Associate Professor, Pandit, Deendayal Energy University in Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Please, okay, time is yours. Please go ahead.
Just to a course correction, am I audible? And if my PPT is visible?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Without further delay, let me straight away go to the topic. Thank you very much for chairing the session, Director General, and my co-panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are part of this program. Behind, even I also thank ICSSR for giving me this opportunity to discuss my issue area with a very important forum today. To set the context actually in which I'm trying to talk about an important issue that India is struggling with is the social acceptance of nuclear energy in India, and what the approach that the nuclear establishment itself has adopted ever since the Kudankulam protest particularly 2001, 2011, up to that period time frame. So to set the context, let me put it like this way, that nuclear power definitely is considered a viable source of energy. And India definitely relies, and I think plan for the future, to rely on nuclear source to meet a substantial portion of its energy basket. So within that context, when we look at nuclear energy prospect in India, one emerging issue area that has caught everybody's attention is the social acceptance. What is the view of Indian public about nuclear energy projects at home? And we have seen ever since the Kudankulam protest, countrywide, at least in some new projects, you find sporadic protest movements. And the Kudankulam was one of the big protest movement in India ever since India started its nuclear journey. So in that context, when you look at, of course, everybody is attracted to the Fukushima disaster. And then in Europe, you find a lot more opposition. And also in Asia, that has been reflected, though very mutedly. In almost all countries in Asia, there is a bit of resentment, particularly when you look at the Fukushima disaster that happened in 2011. So even if China, South Korea, Japan, Malaysia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Indonesia for that matter, any Asian country that you pick up, there is a kind of opposition you find. At the same time, there is also a silver lining. Some of the new countries have now also interested and expressed their interest for nuclear energy. So also in Asia, you have UAE, you have Turkey, Belarus, Poland, Bangladesh. All these small countries are also very much interested in nuclear energy. So you find one side, there are opposition, particularly in Europe, and in Asia, which is now leading actually the nuclear energy trend. There are more countries that are interested in it, and India, which has already started long ago its nuclear journey, still making its pace, though there are sporadic opposition. So within that context, when you look at India's domestic scenario, opposition movements are gradually getting institutionalized. Though at one point, I will say that there is no pan-Indian anti-nuclear movement, unlike in Europe. The green movement or the environmental groups that are opposing the nuclear energy train there, you don't find that kind of thing in India. We don't have a kind of pan-Indian anti-nuclear movement, so to call. But yes, there are sporadic anti-nuclear movements, and particularly in the new construction sites, wherever the new plan is put forward, you find opposition. Maybe sporadic, maybe issue-based, but yes, what do you find gradually over the last 1 decade? There is a gradual institutionalization of anti-nuclear movement. More and more institutions, particularly the NGOs, non-governmental organizations, have grouped up and putting forward their opposition covertly. Within that context, when you look at India's protest movement history, it goes back to 1980s, and particularly when the Kaiga station was planned, that point of time in Karnataka, one of the southern states of India, you find a sporadic opposition, way back in 1980s. And then subsequently, the Kudankulam project, which has seen a huge, massive protest. Then in Maharashtra, also another Western Indian state, particularly the Jaitapur nuclear power plant, you find opposition. In Haryana, you find northern Indian belt, you find opposition. In the central Indian belt also, Madhya Pradesh. In Gujarat, another Western, industry-friendly state, having also opposition to nuclear plants. In West Bengal, another eastern part of the country, where you find the left, ideology is rampant, but you find opposition there as well. So it seems that in every part of India where there is a nuclear project, some sort of opposition is cropping up. Particularly the Kudankulam emphasizing repeatedly, because that's one of the massive anti-nuclear movement we saw in the recent past. So the question is, what is the future of India's nuclear energy drive? And also at the same time, what is the future of anti-nuclear movement in India? So, two trends that are going on when Indian government is keen to expand nuclear energy. At the same time, you find the opposition groups are cropping up, and they're also, showcasing their anger some way or the other. So should India, what India should learn from this? Should India adopt some best practices from other parts of the world? Should India change its technology drive from the traditional, traditional reactors to modern reactors like small and modular reactors? What should be the India's, future energy drive in relation to nuclear? Now, if you go back to see Indian population view about nuclear energy, you come across a kind of nuclear technology review produced by IAEA way back in 2009, where the public acceptance index of global nuclear energy drive can be visible India, which is highest. That means most of Indian people liked nuclear energy, and therefore India's public acceptance index was at one point highest in the world. But subsequently, you find it has reduced, and today more and more opposition you find. Now, the question that arises then, what is the basis of public perception on nuclear energy? Is it because the amount produced? Because in India, the nuclear energy produced is very less, and therefore people are unhappy. Is it because of the risk perception? And in recent past, we have seen Fukushima disaster, earlier 2-3 other disasters. Is it because of the environmental consciousness in India that is cropping up? Or is it something else that actually, take the public sentiment to a different direction? Now, when we see India's periphery, a country like Bangladesh, having now the second nuclear reactor, which is having much more societal problems, but you don't find any opposition at all in Bangladesh. Maybe whatever the opposition are there from outside induced, otherwise the Bangladeshi people are very happy with the nuclear projects they are having. So it's very a relation for India, I think, to draw some of the parallel from the neighboring countries, and then we can adjust. If somebody says that, yes, it is the amount of nuclear energy produced in the country is a factor for public perception, then you can see just 3% around India produce nuclear energy out of the entire entire electricity produced. But if you see another calculation which was conducted by UK's, one of the organization called Mori survey, it shows that the global citizen reaction, particularly in India's context, is very, very alarming. Very, very, actually, in a very positive way, you see around 61% Indian people support nuclear power, which is the highest in the world. And if you correlate to the previous slide where it shows India's energy production, nuclear energy production is just around 3%, but at the same time, you have the highest social acceptance, then that argument that amount of energy produced and acceptance of the nuclear factor doesn't stand. So that's quite interesting to study. And even those who are opposing, around 39% who oppose, I think they oppose, or 50% of those who oppose the nuclear power in India are influenced by the Fukushima disaster. So one disaster has definitely some impact in India's social perception that the establishment is aware of. Now, to put it conceptually, why the basis of social acceptance of nuclear energy in India, I think the probability of social acceptance increases on the basis of the networks of actors, those who are involved in the nuclear journey, nuclear industry. The companies that are involved in nuclear industry, particularly the Nuclear Power Corporation of India or Department of Atomic Energy, what is their public perception? What is their image in the public? The second is the uncertainties that involve nuclear technology, whether they're clarified and how quickly they're clarified, that determine the social acceptance. And then the quality of information also provided to the public. Are the public aware of every aspect of nuclear technology? If not, obviously their perception will shape the way they get the information. Now, looking at the history, there are many stages of India's nuclear journey. The first phase, when you look at the early time, the Bhabha, Nehru time, the early time just after independence, entire nuclear infrastructure was laid down by the early political and scientific leaders, and there was absolutely no opposition because people at that point of time thought nuclear technology, the cutting edge technology, and India should have that. So that perception held actually the political leaders that time to lay down a countrywide nuclear infrastructure without any opposition. Subsequently, 70s onwards, you find a bit of change with the real starting of the opposition movement at the Kaiga in 1988. And that point of time, also Kudankulam reactor agreement was signed. India's nuclear tests were conducted in 1998. You find maturity of Indian nuclear program. So it's called a doubt-based pessimism phase where some of the people started raising their doubts about India's nuclear program because required amount of or targeted amount of nuclear energy was not produced. And at the same time, you have at the global level the nuclear disasters. And this way, India's nuclear sentiment has been conditioned. I'm just keeping because of the paucity of time, towards the last point, if you look at 2001 onwards, you find a bit of ambiguity coming into India's nuclear energy history, where the post-material support opposed phase have been discernible, because Indian middle class started to realize the civil society consciousness. They started to raise the poverty issue, they started to raise environmental issues, they started to raise energy security issues. So much more awareness you find in the middle class of Indian society, and therefore some people were strongly supporting nuclear energy production, and some people are strongly opposing. You find a kind of dichotomous situation in India, particularly 2001 onwards. And of course, there are fence-sitters, those who have not yet really taken any position on nuclear, and therefore in India, you find middle position people, those who are yet to decide their acceptance or rejection of nuclear energy. Now, what you deduce out of all these things? To my mind, I think yet there is no pan-Indian anti-nuclear movement in India, even though there are sporadic opposition in every part of the world. But this, this kind of halt you don't find, you are not going to experience in the next 1 decade. What I presume that gradually with the institutionalization of anti-nuclear movement, I think the way in Europe it is happening, probably in India very soon, a kind of pan-Indian anti-nuclear movement is going to crop up, unless until the establishment is going to address it with smart moves. So, so with that, if you are going to look at the amount of opposition groups today, particularly in the NGO sector, around 10, 12 dedicated anti-nuclear NGOs are working in the country who would like to definitely, raise their reach to different parts of the society. Good thing is that no political party whatsoever has any anti-nuclear ideology yet in India. If you have 3 mainstream political parties, left, right, and the center, no political party has yet adopted an anti-nuclear ideology in the country. And how long it will go, we cannot really visualize at this point of time. And definitely within this, you have vested interest groups. Some of them are foreign origin, some of them are inside. They are also playing their cards. So the situation seems a little bit smoky at this point of time. To my mind, I think to understand the social acceptance in India, conceptually, you have 3 variables or 3 actors, and they're dealing with the public. The one is the government, which is an actor who is keen to expand nuclear energy, but the public, which is the stakeholder, also not really so forthcoming. So you have government who is keen to expand nuclear energy, and the public who is opposing, some of the public at least opposing, largely because of the lack of information. And the nuclear establishment, which is another stakeholder in the cycle, is having all the repository of knowledge. Now the disconnect is between the public and the nuclear establishment. How far the nuclear establishment is reaching to the public, in what way? And if there is a gap, and that gap has been manipulated by the vested interest group and also the media, more or less, responsible for sometime information overdrive and sometime misinformation. So this is a vicious cycle that India is in. I think that needs to be addressed. The gap between the nuclear establishment and the public. The public needs information. The nuclear establishment has information, but how the information is channeled to the public is the matter of concern. I think that's what I call public acceptance thing. Now, if you ask a nuclear scientist in India, they are saying that there are 4 types of Indian people. One is those people who have low knowledge and they're less active, they're less bothered. There is another group who have high knowledge but low activity. That means high knowledge means the scientists who have every information with them, but they are not smart enough to reach out to the public. The third category, people with high knowledge and high active, they're really doing all the work, and if the nuclear is sustained, it's because of this. The fourth category, which is also interesting, people with low knowledge. They have less knowledge about nuclear activity, but they're highly active. They don't have knowledge, but they are very, very active. And some of the NGOs or vested interest groups can be put together here. Or the media people who have no information, but they scatter knowledge, which are actually misinformation. So this is what the problem. The nuclear scientists, they tell that, yes, the second group, people with high knowledge and low activity, needs to be smart. They need to be energized. They should reach out to the people. And the people with low knowledge and high activity needs to be neutralized so that the gap in between can be bridged. So essentially what the problem is, the connectivity of the nuclear establishment with the larger public. That's the major problem that India is right now experiencing. So to my mind, I think to reach towards the last part of my presentation, the Kudankulam protest was actually a wake-up call for the nuclear establishment. The massive way the nuclear project was undergone a kind of hostage was a wake-up call for the nuclear establishment of India. So what the establishment did in a smart enough, maybe late, but definitely they have come up to the level now. They're addressing the issue with a much more aggressiveness. So initially, they created a kind of expert group, constituted by the central government to take care of the public issue or public resentment. The DAE, particularly the Department of Atomic Energy and the Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited, they have a dedicated wing to make public outreach program. So you find a kind of dedicated institution within the establishment now to look into the public acceptance issue, which is of late is a good move, rather I would say. They have massive social outreach program at this point of time, including social media as well. And there is a separate budgetary provision today in the nuclear establishment to dedicatedly spend on outreach programs. That is what is really important. It should have done much before. So the statistics that comes in the Indian Parliament, there are a few lakhs of people now are actually benefited out of the nuclear project. So they are now showcasing the benefit of nuclear project to the people. Otherwise, people are not aware of it. If you go to Kudankulam region, people are protesting, but they hardly know what are the benefits that the people accruing from other nuclear power projects. In other regions, people are really having a good life around the nuclear reactor, whereas some other people don't know what the benefit that can the nuclear project bring to the society at large. So somewhere the information needs to be catered to the entire population around. So the public awareness program, or what is called the social, CSR program, that have been now in a massive way, multi-pronged approach have been adopted by the establishment today, and they call it a kind of neighborhood welfare activity, a kind of inclusive growth that has been undertaken. And very interestingly, around 2% of the nuclear establishment profit is invested in the neighborhood. So somewhere or other, there is an attempt to take the neighborhood as a stakeholder in that region on the nuclear energy project. In a broad base, if you look at somewhere the NPCIL, which is actually running the nuclear plants in India, the civil nuclear plants in India, is having a direct contact with the society, taking care of the health facility in the neighborhood, environmental issues are taken care of, even almost all the infrastructures, good infrastructures are provided to the neighborhood villages so that the village feel that integrated with the nuclear establishment. So this is a massive outreach program that the establishment has gone through, taking care of all other stakeholders and distributing pamphlets, news items, TV commercial advertisements, exhibitions, lectures, whatnot. Every other advertisement or social outreach program have been adopted by the establishment. Now, to conclude, I think of late Indian establishment has come to a term with the social acceptance issue, and now they're doing in a massive way and big way, and therefore you find not much opposition, anti-nuclear, pan-Indian anti-nuclear movement in India around this time. But yes, one thing that probably India should learn lessons from other countries like South Korea particularly, who has lot more experience in managing the public, and they have a dedicated social acceptance wing in their nuclear establishment. Probably Indian government will look into it. Also, there is another issue of the center-state coordination. The central government is, of course, is a custodian of the nuclear projects, but they are hosted in different states, and we have a federal structure in India. You find the central government is ruled by one government, one political party, where you find in the state governments are not from the same political party, maybe another political party which is not in good term with the central government. So the problem arises most of the time in this way. The central government, if not in coordination with the state government, then obviously you find opposition to nuclear projects in different parts. So center-state coordination is very important. Prompt outreach program, without any doubt, has to be hastened. And lastly, no demonization of the protesters. After all, the nuclear money, the money that is spent on the nuclear is actually people's money. It is public money which is spent on the projects. Therefore, public has a genuine concern, genuine voice to raise. So if the government demonizes the protesters and use the brutality of the police, obviously the matter will be more complicated. Public has a genuine concern and the government has to take care of, after all, the money is public money spent. So every individual voice has to be addressed. And lastly, if the government can hasten the benefits, the tangible benefits accrue, and inform the public that these are the tangible benefits that the nuclear projects has, that will definitely change the public attitude towards nuclear establishment. Therefore, what I'm suggesting at the end as a toolkit, that is nuclear knowledge management. It can be called NKM process. India has to imbibe and has to manage it, and particularly if a dedicated information center can be attached to every nuclear power plant where public can go freely and get the knowledge, it's better. And I have visited some of the nuclear power plants as well. I have seen the security around it, very safe and secure, no doubt. But how much the local public having access to the project, which is in their neighborhood, and they are the right stakeholder. Therefore, you can't deny the public to have more information or get into the nuclear power plant. Probably as a first step, I think an information center needs to be attached to every nuclear power plant. And the words like, exclusion zones or all other tests, the scientific thing needs to be a little bit mellowed down so that the general public understand it. So therefore, you need some science communicators, dedicated science communicators, what I call in a very fashionable way called nuclear cheerleaders. Can we have nuclear cheerleaders who will propagate for nuclear industry, those who have some knowledge and they can really use the common language to reach out the public and convey the message in non-scientific way so that the people understand the nuclear language and nuclear drive much better way. So I think the last point that I want to flag here, the public needs to be reached out on the one-on-one basis, not massive way. Every single individual has a point and needs to be addressed by the nuclear establishment. Bring the public in a massive way to the plant. They needs to look at what's going on inside. The moment you put an exclusion point, that actually isolate the public who think the plant is there in their locality, they are the stakeholders. The moment you put a wall fence and deny them, they will definitely have some suspicion. Communicate in the language they understand. The non-scientific language will make them happy, definitely. And we have seen it in Kudankulam issue. No SOPs to raise the awareness, because each protest is unique in its own way, and you need to address them unique way. No standard operating procedures should be followed when it comes to public awareness. Respect the sentiments of the local people because they are the stakeholder and the public money is spent. Make the neighborhood a stakeholder in the nuclear power plant. And definitely, all these should not be one side. The scientist needs to be also inculcated the skill to manage the public. I think India has started in a big way that some of the scientists are sent to the management schools to learn how to deal with the public. Instead of just they're focusing on the nuclear scientific research, they need to learn also the skills how to deal with the public efficiently. So it's a good start, definitely a little bit late, but India, I think, in the right path. I'm sure India's nuclear energy project will go a long way. With this, I wind up my presentation. Thank you, Chairman, for your patience. So you are muted, please.
Thank you very much for wonderful presentations on to the very critical and difficult, complex issues. And Japan is also having a similar problem, and many people are discussing on them. And very interesting on the people, less knowledge and active people. The people has sometimes emotional with the scientific evidence, and but how do they recognize, understand this no knowledge but active people? Sometimes they are very emotional. And then we try to show the evidence, the simple logic, but sometimes they reject it. Not only a nuclear problem, but also any other problem. And also this what say the digital transformation or SNS or ICT technologies that is enclosed or good friends and they localize the knowledge. They easy to make small groups and make conflict, encourage conflict. But ICT technology is a very wrong technology to make different conflict groups. They did not prepare the table for discussion in the calm down. What do you say about in India in this, especially the critical nuclear problem?
Thank you, Chair, for this wonderful analysis. In fact, it's much more complicated in India for the fact that larger part of Indian society is not really using the advanced ICT technology, the information and communication technology. It's not. Very less population of India is connected with internet facility and the modern technology, what actually the scientists are using. That's why you find the nuclear establishment, though reaching out to the public, those who are concerned public or aware, educated public through the use of mass media and information technology, but they nevertheless adopt the all traditional means of reaching to the public. Even sometimes they use the loudspeakers. That is what very traditional in India. You go to a rural part, you have traditional way of loudspeakers. So they will reach out to the public with this. They will gather on the the podium of the village somewhere. They will call the headman of the village, and the people reach there. They will have a public meeting. Sometimes they use pamphlets, one-page pamphlet written on the local language, which the people understand. That will be distributed. Or sometimes they are, reached out through their social programs. Suppose a nearby village has a marriage function, and the establishment will go there, gift them something, participate in the social, function or the marriage function, and they will, start a kind of communication with them as well. So every social function in the neighborhood becomes a part of the facilities work schedule. So all the traditional means are used to reach out to the public, along with the information technology that are used as well. So some of the TV programs, some of the advertisement in the newspapers, some of the visits they conduct by the local people to the plant, every other means that can be reached to the public are actually tried. It's not only the information technology or the media, it's only every traditional method that I told. Even the nuclear establishment is part and parcel of the local marriage function. If I say this, of course, you will smile, but that's a part of the culture in India. So anybody who can be invited to the marriage function, maybe a stranger also. So that's the culture we have. So the nuclear establishment is very much keen to see that the adjacent region or the neighborhood is part and parcel of the facility, as well as the people also part and parcel of the interactivity that the establishment does. So it's a multi-pronged approach instead. Of late, of course, it started, particularly after Kudankulam crisis, the establishment woke up to the challenge. So to share one interesting fact, what happened, why the Kudankulam thing actually escalated to that level, because of a miscommunication. In fact, what happened till 2011, there was no protest. The things were very smooth. And one point when the reactor was ready, they went for a kind of hot experiment. What did they call it? It's a dry experiment they wanted to do before the reactor is active. So one night when they opened up the things and started it, it made a huge noise in the night. And that's very obvious, actually. That's very common when you go for that kind of trial. So that scary noise on that night created a havoc in the adjacent region. And then in the morning, you find all the NGOs came and told that this is what the normal reactor operates. This noise comes out and you are all going to be a sleepless night throughout your life. So this was not actually communicated to the public by the establishment prior, that this is we're going for a test, which will make a noise, and you don't need to worry about this is one time only. But the people got the message that this is what the normal reactor function, and is going to have a bad impact on the adjacent area. So this miscommunication went. Had they informed the public, which now they are doing, for every action they're meeting, and every successive interval they're going to meet the people in the local village and taking their options.
I see.
Which is organized. So a lot of miscommunication, and what I find through multi-pronged approach, I think today's nuclear establishment in India is reaching out to the public in a very, very aggressive manner. If I put it in this way a little bit strongly, very aggressive manner. Things are now much better than what it was in 2011. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting. So today your talk is focusing on only nuclear energy, but how about the full scheme of energy? Nuclear energy is an alternative. They have many kinds of energy can be used. One alternative could be nuclear energies. In Japan, the focusing on the nuclear energies, the people are emotional. It's opposite and the others. But looking at all kinds of energies, and nuclear energy is alternative. What do you think about that? Then in a short time and long time, the discussion could be have a many spectrum, then they will be calmed down. So how about in India?
Thank you, Chair. This is really an interesting question. If you look at India's energy basket, or the planning that the way India is trying to meet its energy requirements for the future, the energy mix is varied. It's not just one component that will going to dominate India's energy mix. Right now, yes, it is coal-driven energy. Around 70 to 80% of India's energy requirements are met from coal, which is depleting, and India has not really good coal reserves as well. The second is hydrocarbons. That is the fuel, and India has no hydrocarbon reserves, a very meager amount. So we import it from outside West Asia, and then there's a baggage of geopolitics that we have also learned it. Therefore, these are the dominant. So India's energy basket, the future, what the government has planned, is from various sources. Of course, hydrocarbons will remain. It is reducing gradually. The thermal power is there. And then you have the renewable energy, which India is now focusing more and more. Renewable energy, particularly the solar and wind, which India is now targeting. And in India, particularly, I belong to the state where I'm employed, the Gujarat, which is the western part of India, which is highest producer of solar energy in India right now. And they're expanding. It's huge, massive way India is now looking or expanding towards the renewable sources. And India is endowed with good sunlight, and also the solar and wind particularly. And geothermal, there is another concept has come up in India. In my university, there is also geothermal energy experiment going on. So India is trying to diversify the energy basket, not relying on one. And when you look at India's component, right now it's just catering to 3%, around 3% of electricity production in India. So the nuclear energy component will come to around maybe 30% max, or in the long term, maybe 50%, not beyond that. So India has learned the lesson from Germany or Japan as well, because Japan was heavily relying on nuclear, and the disaster happened, and we saw what the problem Japan had to go through. So yes, India had learned the lessons. So India is not going to solely rely on nuclear source. Maybe a few fraction of the energy requirement will be catered from nuclear, which is slow moving, no doubt. But maybe in the medium term, in the long term, it will go up to maybe 30 to 50% maximum, whereas the renewable will have its more component. But the point is, renewables are intermittent, and the best load factor we can get it from renewables. So renewables will be required for some other sectors, But the massive industry, particularly industrial sector, would require the best load factor, and that will be catered from, I think, nuclear, coal, hydro, and hydrocarbons. So there will be a kind of judicious mix of energy basket in India. That's the plan of the government, not relying on one source fully, and then sometime if disaster or anything happen, then it will be a problem. So there is a judicious mix of energy basket in India. Nuclear will cater to only maybe 30 to 40% at best.
Thank you very much. Well, I think it's time. So thank you very much for a good presentation and a wonderful discussion. Thank you. Now we want to move the next presentation, but present speaker is not here.
No, sir, they're just joining in a minute, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, they're just joining.
Joining? Okay.
Yeah, just now 2 minutes.
Okay. Just waiting a couple of minutes. Joining Romen, Kalita.
Yes, they're joining. He also joining. 2 minutes.
Jogmet Stopan.
Yeah, just 2 minutes.
The last speaker.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shall I start, sir?
Here. No. Romen,
It's Jigme Stubdan.
Yeah, presenter
Kalita's
4
not
is
here.
coming before presenter 3 now. So presenter 3 will be making the presentation after this.
Okay.
So Jigmeet Stoban will be making the presentation.
Okay. Jigmet Stopan ready? Okay. So we have the next speaker, Jigmet Stopan. The assistant professor, department of Commerce University, Attache. Okay. So it's your time. Please go ahead.
Just a minute, sir.
Okay.
Hello.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Just a minute. Sir. Just a minute, sir. Is it visible, sir? Hello.
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, we can hear clearly.
Yeah. We can see the presentation too.
Is my presentation?
Yes.
Is my PPT? Is it visible, ma'am, sir?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes, visible, yes.
visible.
Okay. Just a minute, sir. I need to. Is my presentation visible?
Not at the moment. At least on my screen. Yeah, now it's visible.
Okay, a very good afternoon. Today's chair, Professor SHIBUSAWA.
Yes.
I'm getting. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear and
Yes, please
see
go
your
ahead, sir.
presentation.
Please go ahead.
Okay.
please go
Okay.
ahead.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Today's chair, Professor SHIBUSAWA Sakae, and other dignitaries and other paper presenters. This is Jigmesh Topdan from University of Ladakh. Although my name has been written as doctor, I am not yet doctor. I am researchers in the making, and I am pursuing my doctorate right now. So the topic of my presentation is, as you can see, the role of organizational capabilities in innovation performance. It's a conceptual framework. Since I'm pursuing my PhD, so that's why I have developed this conceptual framework. I don't have any empirical evidence, and I'm yet to, do my empirical, empirical research on this very much conceptual framework. This is my presentation framework: introduction, concepts, objectives of the study, propositions, proposed conceptual model, and proposed research methodology, limitations and future research, and important references. Now, with the emergence of technological, with the emergence of globalization and technological advancement, the business environment has become more volatile. It has become more dynamic and complex. And the business environment is changing every other day, and business, therefore, organizations are, they are compelled to learn new knowledge and adopt new technologies for developing required organizational capabilities to innovate new products and services, and to ensure success and sustenance of such innovation for building and maintaining such competitive advantages in the market. Because nowadays competitive advantage is very much important because we are in a highly dynamic market, and market is changing every other day, and the pandemic has brought drastic changes in the market, and it has changed the entire dynamism of the market. So there's a need for continuous innovation in order to survive and in order to grow in such kind of market environment. Innovation has been emphasized, and it has been treated as the basic prerequisite for gaining competitive advantage in the turbulent market. We are in turbulent market. Everyone would agree that. And extant literature on strategic management and innovation talks about the importance of innovation in building and sustaining competitive advantage in today's cutthroat environment. Innovation is everywhere nowadays. Even politicians are talking about innovation in their election speeches, and even in right now, the Innovation Council and Center for Innovations are coming up on large scales in universities, in colleges, nowadays even in schools, especially in India, in the name of Attache Tinkering Lab. So the main purpose of this kind of innovation, Center for Innovation and Attache Tinkering Labs are to imbibe and are to inculcate the spirit of innovation and spirit of competitiveness among our students and researchers. So there's a need for innovation in today's kind of market environment. And even the post of Chief Innovation Officer, on the line of Chief Innovation, on the line of Chief Executive Officer, Chief Operating Officer, Chief Finance Officer, coming up in the corporate world on large scale. So in a way, innovation has become very much prevalent, and it has become very much pervasive in the corporate world. So now, when we talk about when we investigate about the innovation performance, strategic research has pointed to resources, especially by eminent researchers like Barney in 1990. And organizational capabilities by researchers like Martin, Winter, as being influential for innovation performance. And they have emphasized on organizational capabilities in order to ensure innovation performance in any kind of sector, be it government sector or be it private sector. So although the literature highlights the importance of bricolage, and if some people may not know about bricolage, it's a kind of, I would say, in Indian term, in Hindi, we call it as jugaad. kind of making do ability of entrepreneur to bring a solution to the emerging problems, and or in order to grab the emerging opportunities, we use the bricolage. That is, in Hindi it is called as jugaad. How to make do by applying the available resources at one's hand, at one's disposal, to grab those emerging opportunities, and in order to counter any kind of emerging problems. So the literature highlights the importance of bricolage behavior in the context of resource scarcity, especially like in South Asian countries, especially India is being considered as the emerging market or emerging economy. Now, in emerging economy, entrepreneurs or firms do face or do encounter various kinds of constraints, especially resources and capabilities constraint, because they are in emerging economy. So in such kind of resource constraint environment, they need to use bricolage. They need to develop various kinds of organizational capabilities in order to ensure innovation performance in such kind of emerging markets, like especially like India. Authors like Davidson and Bakers, they have emphasized on using bricolage, but there's a lack of research studies that address the relation between bricolage and innovativeness, especially in contexts affected by environmental turbulence, such as those found in emerging markets. And there's little consensus on the role of environmental turbulence, especially competitive intensity, in influencing innovation performance. Some studies do not show support for the influence of environmental factors on innovation. Others have yielded some kind of contradictory results. So firms in emerging markets encounter the problem of resource constraints, especially during situations like pandemic, as we have witnessed we have been witnessing for the past 2 years. As they generally do not, because firms in emerging markets do not possess the required resources and capabilities which are being needed, which are being required for innovation. In such kind of situation, optimum utilization of available resources is the only method to stay relevant and to build competitive advantage, in spite of not having that kind of conducive environment. But resource-based, view states that competitive advantage can be gained, as a result of possessing the resources that are kind of valuable. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear.
Oh, okay. That are valuable, that are rare, that are inimitable, that are not substitutable. Now, in order to gain and sustain competitive advantage, Barney especially emphasized on having such kind of capabilities and resources which have varying qualities. V stands for valuable, R stands for rare, I stands for inimitable, and N stands for non-substitutable. Now, in order to build competitive advantage, we need to have such kind of resources and capabilities which have the features of VRN. So I have used some concepts like organizational capabilities. Generally, it refers to organizational capabilities refers to a firm's ability to deploy its available resources as its main assets. Authors like especially Amit and Shoemaker 1993 made distinction between resources and capabilities. Resources are tradable and non-specific, not specific to a given firm, while capabilities are firm-specific and they are generally used to engage the resources within the firm, such as implicit process employed to transfer knowledge. Similarly, I have used the term marketing capability, and it is generally defined as the superiority in recognizing customer needs, superiority in identifying customers' latent needs, especially not express needs, especially latent needs, and in understanding understanding the factors that influence such consumer choice behavior. Now, those entrepreneurs or those firms which have this kind of marketing capability, they will have more innovation. Their innovation performance would be much better than their competitors. Similarly, in nowadays we are in technological era. Technological capability may be defined as a bundle of skills that the firm possesses in developing and capitalizing on set of technologies and systems. And these capabilities are they are multidimensional and many others excellence in new product development. Nowadays, technological capability generally means the use of information technology, data science. In coming days, we would be using more and more machine learning, data science, and AI technology in order to capitalize on our capabilities. Similarly, I have already defined bricolage. It's nothing but a kind of jugaad in order to encounter any kind of evolving problems, and in order to grab some latent opportunities, emerging opportunities. Competitive intensity, it is the degree of or the extent of competitiveness or competitive rivalry in the market featured by tough competition in very much aggressive market actions. Nowadays, since we are in highly volatile market, we get to see many competitive intensity in market, be it developed nations or in developing country like India. So in my study, I have used the term innovation, and it is being referred to as the extent of success attained by firms in achieving with regard to new product or services. What kind of objectives or goals being set by the entrepreneurs with the launch of new product and services. So that is generally referred to as innovation performance in my study. So now, apart from that, against this big drop and acknowledging the lack of studies exploring the role of organizational capabilities in innovation performance, the objective of this research work is to find answers to some research questions, especially how does bricolage lead to innovation performance? Bricolage is very much relevant, especially in resource constrained country like India. Next one is, how do organizational capabilities influence innovation performance? And does competitive intensity affect the strength and direction of the relationship between organizational capabilities and innovation performance? In a way, competitive intensity is being used as moderator in the link between organizational capability, bricolage, and innovation performance. So with that research question, I would like to achieve these objectives of the study to investigate the influence of organizational capabilities on innovation performance of firms operating in emerging markets, to study the influence of bricolage, the effect of bricolage in ensuring in achieving innovation performance in emerging market, to study how competitive intensity moderates the I would say it affects the strength and direction of the organizational capabilities and innovation performance. Now, majority of the prior empirical studies on organizational capabilities investigated the role of organizational capabilities on innovation performance, but they're mainly in developed nations, especially like Japan, America, European countries, and but owing to the substantial variation in the business environmental factors, everyone would agree that there is a substantial variations in the business environmental factors of market of various organizational capability. Authors like Liu, 2003, cautioned that it could be misleading to think that the effects of various organizational capabilities on innovation performance will be somewhat similar in both developed markets and emerging markets. Such apprehension has been expressed in recent literature by authors like one Indian author, Kumar and Srivastawa, 2020, and Sharmili and Ray, 2021, regarding whether the business principles developed and used in advanced markets, especially like European and American market, still hold good in emerging markets, where everything from customs to technological advancements are totally different. Moreover, review of literature reveals that there may not always be a direct impact of organizational capabilities on innovation performance, and there may be intermediate variables that may moderate the relationship. So that is why I have taken the competitive intensity, especially in emerging markets. I'm going to use this. I'm going to test this conceptual framework in India's fintech, sector. We argue that India's fintech companies offer an interesting empirical setting in which to examine the impact of organizational capabilities on innovation performance, because the country has the highest fintech adoption rate of 87% in 2020, higher than the global rate of 64% as per the NetScraps report appeared in 2021. Moreover, review of literature on fintech reveals that majority of prior studies on fintech were mainly confined to blockchain technology, regulation to protect privacy and assets, and most common research method employed in the external literature was case studies. So as of now, no study has been done till date to comprehend how fintech companies gain competitive advantage by bringing innovative products and delivering superior customer value to their customer. So a little is known about how fintech firms in emerging markets can ensure innovation performance. So on the basis of review of literature and on the basis of objectives of my study and research questions, I have framed these propositions which are yet to be tested. First one is marketing capability has a positive and significant effect on innovation performance. Next one is technological capability, especially in fintech sector. Technological capability is very important. Without technology, no fintech company could survive in today's kind of market environment. And innovation is regarded as the lifeblood of any kind of business, business firms. Similarly, nowadays, since we are in a very turbulent market where we get to see, tough competition among various marketers, and how does competitive intensity affect the strength and strength between the capabilities and innovation performance. So I'm going to test this proposition in my empirical settings in the times to come. So this one is my proposed conceptual framework. I have taken two dimensions in organizational capabilities which are relevant to fintech sector. Marketing is very much important. In order to survive, you need to market your products among your existing customers as well as your potential customers. Technology is very important, no need to say, and bricolage, especially in emerging markets where resource constraints are very much prevalent. So in innovation performance, I have taken new product innovativeness, new product success, financial performance. So I'm going to use this methodology for my empirical examination. The proposed conceptual model can be tested in innovation intensive sector, especially like fintech, because India has been figured among top fintech adoption rate in recent release by NetScraps. For measuring items of marketing capability, technological capability, bricolage, and innovation performance, I'll be borrowing items from some relevant seminal studies for marketing capability. I'll take from Morgan et al. 2009 for technological capabilities, Hara et al. Bricolage, Davidson, competitive intensity, Javascan Colley, very popular scholar, new product innovativeness, Salomo, new product success, Becker and Sinclair, financial performance. I am in Vogman. Now I'm going to use these proposed research tools for studying my confirmatory factor analysis for confirming the various items, structural equation modeling, that is same as process for studying mediation and moderation, Sobel test. So this one is the limitation and future agenda. First limitation is its concept nature. Next one is it can be validated by carrying out empirical studies. This is my future research agenda. Future studies may also take into account the role of other organizational capabilities and introduce more mediating and moderating factors to explain this relationship comprehensively. Further studies can also explore our conceptual model in another different economic context and in other sector as well. So this study has some managerial implication that in the face of resource constraint, managers need to leverage on making the ability to bring out innovative product and success. These are some important references. And thank you so much for giving this opportunity, especially to ICSSR for giving this opportunity. Now I'm open for any kind of query.
Okay, thank you very much. You have very wonderful presentation to make on the making concept to the research studies. Very interesting. But in your presentation or the concept, the organizations. Looking at the organizations is very, very interesting. But there are a few mention on the change of organizations. Maybe you know technology fallacy written by Kelly, an economist.
Okay.
So they, very good technology they have, and the new market is spreading. There's some company, some organization wanted to enter, but if the old-fashioned organizations, hierarchical organization could not enter at them, catch the merit of the new technologies, then they recommended the agile organizations.
Agile, right?
Yeah, there's some specialists gathering together in a free discussion, flat organization to a very short time try and make decision and feedback. This kind of organization can be follow the new market and the new technologies as it is as well. Then the old-fashioned but very nice company could not attend these changeable situations. So the change of organization or change in organization is very, very important factor, I'm feeling. But in your research plans, so you didn't mention detail. How about you? What do you say?
Yes, since I'm still at that nascent stage, I am in the first year of my PhD. I'll definitely consider your point, sir. That is organizational change and agility, because some even professors have recommended me to use organizational resilience, especially in pandemic situation like pandemic situation created by COVID-19. So agility is organizational agility is very important, sir. I'll definitely look for the literature, and if I find it relevant to my topic, I'll definitely use agility. And for organizational change also, I'll definitely look into the literature, for its relevance to my topic, sir.
Right. So the organization has to be changeable.
Organizational, sir?
Organization has to be changeable.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Old-fashioned organization has some good function, but this could not follow the new changes. Then they need the new agile or free organization. It says have a distance from the old-fashioned organizations. Then make a good connection or linkage. It must be important. This is this is a very nice example in the US. and in Japan when they introduce a new technology, but it is the emotional barriers.
Yes, sir, yes.
This is very difficult to get over the emotional barriers of the, especially Arabic people.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll definitely thank you so much for your sir, advice. I'll definitely look for your recommendation, your advice, and I'll definitely look into the literature, sir, for its relevance to my topic, sir.
All right. And Kelly and technology fallacy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Technology fallacy. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Okay. It is a good time to close. So thank you very much. And I hope your doctor PhD thesis, if you have finished, please let me know.
It will take at least 3 or 4 years, sir, in order to complete PhD, sir. I'm not doctor, but they have written my. I'm not doctor, sir. I'm researcher in the making.
Yeah. Thank you very much to join this. Okay. So I think it's a good time to close these sessions. Well, let me summarize these sessions.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Dr. Romen, presenter third has joined, sir.
Okay. Yes, Romen Kalita. Okay.
Yes,
I just waiting. Please join this.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Yes, you are audible.
From Assam.
Yes, I am from Assam, sir.
Okay. Let me introduce you, Dr. Romen Kalita, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Dikhowmukh College, Sivasagar, Assam. Okay. Okay. So,
yes,
thank you. So, and please, time is yours. Go ahead.
So, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. Maybe you can do a full screen if you wish to. If you can press slideshow, please.
Yes. Is it working?
Yes, it is okay, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Respected director, sir, and all the dignitaries from ICSS, sir, and my co-participants and participants from different parts of the world. I am Dr. Romen Kalita, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics. I'm from Sivasagar, Assam. And my topic is problem and prospect of utilization of ICT in agricultural marketing. Basically, it is a case study, and I have conducted the case study in Upper Assam. Upper Assam is the upper part of the Assam. Probably all of you know about the geographical location of the Assam. Is the Borak Valley, and Assam is basically surrounded by lots of hills and rivers and all this. And in the context of Assam, probably you know that Assam is still lagging behind so far as the use of technology, basically the communication technology. This is the first part. And another important part is that although of late or very recently, you can say lots of information technology has been emerged or has been developed in Assam. But in case of agriculture field and especially agricultural marketing, the use of ICT is very, very less with compared to the other parts of India. And all of we know that marketing process is a marketing channel creates lots of problem basically to the middle, basically to the actual farmers. Because in India as a whole, or in fact in Assam, in the context of Assam, since most of the people are basically the farmers are illiterate. In Assam, you may know that the literacy rate is around 65%. But among the farmers, the literacy rate is around 30 to 40%. It clearly indicates that the literacy rate of the farmer is very less. It implies that they cannot use the modern technologies or informations for agricultural production as well as marketing. Very recently, the farmers have started some modern techniques in production process. Like they are using high yielding variety seeds. They have used tractor, power tillers, and multiple cropping is also practicing very recently in Assam. But so far as the farming is marketing is concerned, the farmers from Assam are not so much aware regarding the use of technologies. How they means they cannot communicate, and in fact most of the people they don't have the smartphones, and internet connection in Assam is very poor. Probably you may know. Of late, the government of Assam has tried to develop some smart cities, but internet connectivity is very poor in Assam. So as a result, what happens? The farmers cannot go for information technologies for marketing the products, either for marketing or for the processing, packaging. In every aspects of marketing, they are not aware regarding the use of these technologies. In the context of us, India, all of you know that some farmers from Punjab, farmers from Haryana or Gujarat, they are in a position even to export their products, farm products. But in the context of Assam, the farmers are basically dependent on their middlemen. The group of middlemen, they control the entire marketing process. The direct selling is not there, in fact. So in my study, I am trying to cover some regions of Assam, basically the Upper Assam region, to know about the status of ongoing agricultural marketing. In the process, the methodology I have used is that basically I have selected Sivasagar district, because in Sivasagar district has been selected because under the supervision of M.S. Swaminathan Research Foundation and Assam Agricultural University, and this project is going on under the aegis of Norway government on climate resilience and the use of modern technology, modern tools in agricultural production as well as marketing. The initiative was introduced in 2019. And for this purpose, I have selected Sivasagar district, and 3 villages of the districts have been selected for sample collection. And 10 farmers from 3 villages have been selected randomly and purposively to collect the data. And basically my objective is to analyze the existing position of use of ICT in agricultural marketing in the context of Assam, and to examine the problems and prospect of using ICT in agricultural marketings. And major source of data are, I primarily rely on the primary data, direct personal investigation and have been followed, and purposive random sampling method have been used for collecting the primary data. And for secondary data, I have gone through the annual reports of Government of India and Government of Assam and some other relevant informations. And Basically, I'm not going to use, and I have not used a high sophisticated statistical technique because it is just a working paper. I have recently started to work on this paper. So for the time being, I am using simple analysis. And in the course of time, I'm planning to incorporate more statistical techniques to get the more pictures. And so far as ICT initiatives in agricultural marketing is concerned, in India, all of we know that approximately 40% of the ICT projects of the whole world have been implemented in India. And maximum number of information such as Kisak have been employed in rural India. And in India, as we know, the eShagu, Varna, IKSL, Ekmart, iKishan, Digital Mandi, and Mobile Advisory, KCC, yet lots of modern information technologies are employed in agricultural marketing. But the unfortunate part is that in the context of Assam, the farmers are not able to access these technologies for using, for marketing the products. The main reasons I have found that there are two basic reasons. One is the low literacy level of the farmers, and another is the lack of modern infrastructure in the context of Assam. And among the modern infrastructure, I have noticed that, and we know that in context of Assam, the basic problem is the internet connectivity issue. So in the context of Assam, the farmers cannot go for using these ICT initiatives for agricultural marketing. And web portal, mobile application, and SMS and voice service and information kisab, and these kind of informations or technologies have been used in Assam very recently by the initiative of Assam Agriculture University and the project undertaken by the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. But the scope is very limited. It has expanded only in 2 districts on a pilot project basis. Means the project have been undertaken on a pilot basis, survey or pilot project basis, you can say. So in the course of time, there is a lot of scope of using ICT initiatives in Assam. So far as the major findings are concerned, I have found that 40% of cross loss might be prevented with quick information and communication technology intervention. But in India, Assam, what happens that since the farmers are not associated with the ICTs and they're not aware regarding the modern marketing channels through ICT, 40% of crop has been lost because of the lack of information, or you can say information asymmetry in the field of ICT. And another things I have observed that I have found that farmers are expressed their willingness to pay for the services if it could save their time and money. Farmers are interested to pay, but the facilities are not here in Assam regarding marketing or regarding packaging, product processing, and like this. So I think in the near future, if government of Assam and in fact government of India need to work together for providing these facilities. And the facilities linkage between the sellers and buyers of agricultural commodities. And marketing information and intelligence are also required. And another thing I have found that around 29% of the profit has been received by the middleman. The actual growers or actual farmers are not able to retrieve their profit due to lack of this information and communication facilities, because the middlemen dominate the entire market. Another thing I have found that consumer price is also impacted by the middlemen, because due to lack of this information and communication technologies, the farmers don't know about the actual price of the market, and they don't know the actual scenario of the existing market around the state. And it is found that the worth of mobile is enhanced in many others within the social and economic situation. If government can develop the ICT facilities, then there is a huge scope of agricultural marketing in Assam. Because you may know that Assam has the abundance of potentialities. It has the large numbers of resources, and large numbers of agricultural crops have been produced in Assam. But due to the lack of processing, packaging, and marketing, we are not able to get the benefit. And basic problem I have observed, and I have found that the low level of literacy rate that I have already mentioned, and inadequate infrastructure, and government support is very less. And another major problem is that in Assam, the organized marketing structure or structured marketing committees is very less. In other parts of the country, like UP or Uttar Pradesh, or in Punjab, or Bihar, or Bengal, West Bengal, marketing cooperative societies are there. But in Assam, the marketing cooperative societies is very less. And in fact, you can say there is no marketing cooperatives, operating marketing cooperatives. So this has to be developed. And training and advertising is very less. The farmers are not able to achieve the training facilities. And if the farmers can be trained, then the benefit can be obtained. Another important aspect is that there is no provision of advertising of agricultural products for marketing in the context of Assam. So I would like to conclude that in near future, there is a huge scope of introducing ICT initiatives in the context of Assam for developing the agricultural market and for increasing the income of rural farmers. So I personally believe that in the context of Assam, the government of Assam as well as government of India under the Ministry of Financial Facility of Ministry of Agriculture, lots of work have to be done, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, I have already told you that this is a working paper, just I have started this project. So in the course of time, I will develop and more things will be incorporated. So I would like to request you give me more suggestion and more observations. Thank you, sir.
Of the meat. Thank you very much for your very nice, fascinating presentations. And so I have some questions. So you mentioned, agricultural expert.
Yes.
So yeah, agriculture expert is the key. But the question is, what is the agricultural expert? What is a specialty? And they have some chance to get training or make access to the university and so on. So you mentioned the key person, yeah. And how many person in Assam?
Assam, sir, very recently, Assam Agriculture University has introduced the ICT initiatives for marketing purpose.
I see.
Yes, but as per the government record or official record, it is around 5 to 7%. But in my study, I have found that because it is a purely case study, and in the case study, I have found that it is very insignificant. You can say it is almost zero. The farmers are completely ignorant about the use of technologies for marketing, because traditionally they are dependent on the middlemen for selling their products.
middle person. They ask
Yes.
the knowledge from the
Yes.
middle person.
Middle person.
They don't ask the agriculture expert.
Yes.
Agriculture expert is the professional. It's hired by the government or public. I'm not sure the agriculture expert.
Sir, actually what happened, the modern technologies are basically in the context of Assam, they are using the agriculture, the ICTs are basically used in the urban hub. Whenever you go to the cities, basically the Guwahati, probably you may know, is the capital of Assam. In the Assam, in Guwahati or the nearby neighboring area of the agriculture university, the farmers are using these initiatives. But
I see.
but
So it's an expert. It's not people.
yes, it needs to be expanded to the rural farmers, sir, I think, because in rural area it is totally zero. I can say.
I see. So you want to have the organization of the professional agriculture professional to propagate the technology and knowledge.
Yes.
Yeah, I see. That's a big issue.
Yes.
The university has this kind of project
Yes.
to push it.
Sir, what?
Yeah, your university has a project to promote
Yes.
the
Yes.
organization of the agriculture professional experts.
During last 5 years, university has promoted the information technologies for marketing.
I see. But you don't have the support from government.
Yes.
No. Yeah, I see. And also, just I want to know there are many kinds of farmers, excellent farmers or normal farmer, and the big farmer, small farmer, and many kinds of farmer. They have many variety of spectrum. And when you transfer some knowledge and technologies, you have to target some organization or some level of farmers or some local area or groups and so on. So then what do you say about that?
Sir, in the context of Assam, probably you know that the Assam is basically most of the farmers are producing tea.
Tea farming, I see.
Yes, tea.
I know it, yeah.
Yes. In case of tea farming, the large farmers are using this ICT for marketing their production. But in case of small farmers, either in case of cash crops like tea or in the other food crops, they are not using these technologies. But very few commercial crop farmer, basically the large tea growers, are using these technologies.
I see. So in a similar situation in the paddy farm in Colombia, they have some organization or the farmer cooperative has a good technology. They want you to transfer to the farmers, but it is difficult. Then they try to the focus group discussions.
Yes, focus group discussion will work.
Yeah, 5 or 6 farmers together, and then they pick up some with the farmers. The organization ask and teach them. Then they discuss each other.
Yes.
So this kind of step by step method could be very available in Colombia.
Yes,
And also,
some NGOs can also take the initiative. And recently, few NGOs are working in this field, very few.
very high. See, the T-harming is required the co-working,
Yes,
not only a single, after co-working
yes.
to the growth stages. So then they need the knowledge together, knowledge sharing. I see.
Thank you, sir, for your observations.
I see. I think it's time, good time to close it. Thank you very much for your contributions from Kalita. So, well, I wanted to give the small summary of this session. This session was based on the role of science and scientists for communication across different sectors and different motivated people when facing at emerging social events. Mr. Hosaka Shun gave a wonderful presentation on the Japanese government policy about introduction of agricultural DX to implement sustainable agriculture and conclude the expectation of a J method farming project, a pilot project aimed to oversee development of Japanese agricultural technologies. The Dr. Sitakanta Mishra gave an inspiring presentation on dealing with social acceptance of nuclear energy in India, approach of the nuclear establishment, and concluded this issue need a nuclear knowledge management multi-phase activities. Dr. Roman Kalita gave a quite attractive presentation on the problems and prospects of utilizing ICT in agricultural marketing, a case study in Upper Assam, and concluded the use of ICT will be intermediary as part of the buying and selling process for local people. Dr. Jigmet Stopan gave really a good presentation on the role of organizational capability in innovative performance and the conceptual framework, and concluded future studies need capability of other organizations and other meditation and moderating the factor to explain the relationship. So we have got fruitful exchange and wisdom diversity transdisciplinary. So thank you so much, excellent speakers and all participants to this session. Thank you very much. I would like to close.
Okay.
Thank you for your help. Okay.
On behalf of ICSSR New Delhi, I would like to thank you, the distinguished chair, Professor SHIBUSAWA Sakae. And I would also like to thank all the presenters who have made a very enriching presentations. And although we are breaking for lunch now, we will be back at 2:30 again. So kindly join us back at 2:30. And thank you one and all for this wonderful presentation here. Thank you. Thank you, Sir Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we can stop the recording, guys.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. So curtain को डाल के वो is not visible. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Pleasure to see you.
Yeah, same here, same here.
I can see you. Yeah.
Thank you. So whenever you are ready, I am here. Okay, thank you.
So we are just starting our session now. There is a one request I have to make in a beginning to you. Sir, before we start, I have a request to make that to allow presenter number 4, Dr. Vikramjeet, to give his presentation first, because Dr. Vikramjeet requested to organizers to pre-pond his presentation due to scheduled viva in his college. So I request again that presenter 4 to be given first opportunity to present in front of you. Sir, you are on mute, I think.
Yeah, you will coordinate that one, no? You will make the announcement of this each papers, or I should make that.
Sir, whatever it you can make, because you are chairing the session. If you want I to do it, I have no problem in that.
Yeah. The order you know it, so you can announce it. I will make initial remarks. Okay.
Sure, sir. Sure.
And then you can invite one by one, either through messages also you can coordinate. Okay.
Certainly.
Then we will listen to them and then I'll conclude. Is that okay?
Sure, sir. Yes. So I'll formally start the session now. Namaskar and good evening to everyone. I, Dr. Richa Sharma, Deputy Director ICSSR, welcome you all in last session of the conference on theme 8, that is Social Science Paradigm with Emerging Big Data, Artificial Intelligence and Blockchain. This session will be chaired by Professor T.G. Sitaram. Professor T.G. Sitaram has taken over the directorship of the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati on July 1, 2019 and also holding additional position as Chairman BOG of IIT-G. He was a Senior Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore, India. Presently, he is the Honorary Professorial Fellow at the University of Wollongong, Australia from 2019 to 2022 and Distinguished Professor at Hangzhou University, International Innovation Center, China. He is the Chairman of Research Council, CSIR, Roorkee, and also Chairman, AICTE, Southern Western Zonal Committee, Regional Office at Bangalore. He was the Vice President of Indian Society for Earthquake Technology and Vice President of Indian Society of Earthquake Science. Over the last 25 years, he has carried out seismic microzonation of urban centers in India and also developed innovative technologies in the area of fracturing and geotechnical applications, leading about 500 technical papers, 7 books, 3 patents, and 100 consulting projects and 2 startup companies. Sir, from your brief introduction, it is clear that there is so much to learn from you. I once again welcome you to 21st SCA conference held in New Delhi hosted by ICSSR. Welcome you, sir.
Namaste. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to chair this session on theme 8, Social Science Paradigm with emerging big data and artificial intelligence and blockchains. In the 21st SCA annual conference, which is being held online, and today is the second day, if I understand correctly. So friends, as you all know, cutting edge technologies nowadays, blockchain and artificial intelligence, have attracted increasing attention due to irreplaceable role that they play in technological innovation and industrial transformation. All these transformation, should bring also societal change. There, in the involvement of social science people to understand and see the impact of these technologies is very critical. So blockchain has great advantages in protecting data. With artificial intelligence is good at analysis, prediction, and judgment. So the combination of the two is really is an excellent one. Two related research, such as many in social science, including like price prediction, transaction analysis. So this will give us the guarantee, the blockchain actually can guarantee the authenticity, integrity, and credibility of the stored digital information due to its inherent characteristics. So artificial intelligence can assist in data analysis and processing, as well as the natural evolution and dynamic adjustment of smart contracts. So combining blockchain and artificial intelligence technology can provide a wide range of application scenarios for data storage, retrieval, and inspection services. And as I told you earlier, this would be a very huge impact on the society. So this involvement of social science paradigm is very critical because all these data are quite a large number. Basically, we are looking at big data analysis. today in this session, we have 5 papers. That is application of big data analytics and organizational performance by Dr. Chandrasekhar Patru, emerging era of artificial intelligence and machine learning from Dr. Vikramajit Singh, and role of blockchain technology in cryptocurrency, Brinta et al., and big data application in managing 13th is the sustainable development goals, including the climate and climate change scenario modeling, Dr. Swarnima Singh. And last but not the least, mind the gap between sociology and computational social science. So Shimochi Sato. So you could see now, all the, even though there are only 5 papers, they cover the entire gamut of what is being described in the theme, which is a very nice thing. And also we have a very distinguished people here delivering, some of them, and some of them are very young. So I think without wasting much time, let me allow them to speak, and then we can conclude, look at their what is the thing which we can carry for the future. So maybe I will request the coordinator to call one by one in the order she has already fixed up. So I request Madam to invite the speakers, Richa Sharma to invite the speakers so that the order she can maintain, because there are some special requests also, and she would be knowing it better, the organization, but I will be here, take some notes, and finally at the end I will conclude with summary of the entire session where we can take it up. So I'm over to Richa Sharma, ma'am, please.
Thank you very much, sir, for your brief and very precise, thoughtful introductory remarks for this session. At the beginning, I would like to invite presenter 4, Dr. Vikramjit Singh, Assistant Professor, St. Xavier's College of Education, Patna, to deliver his presentation on emerging era of artificial intelligence and machine learning towards better learning opportunities for the young aspiring minds. Over to you, Dr. Vikramjit Singh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So, I would like to begin my presentation. First, let me share the slides. Okay. Okay, so my topic of discussion will be emerging era of artificial intelligence and machine learning towards better learning opportunities for the young aspiring minds. So, as we all know that our new education policy, the new education policy is talking about that our technology should be one of the, can say that foundation of all innovative way of pedagogy, whatever we are going to use in the schools or in the new educational structure. So in this particular field, if the modern technology which I am talking about is the artificial intelligence and the machine learning. So if the maximum benefit we want to derive from the technology, then we have to use the optimum utilization of artificial intelligence and augmented reality in this particular field. We have seen that in the recent era of pandemic. Of course, now we are in the physical mode. Many places now we have started in the physical mode, but we have already seen what are the capabilities of using technology are there when we are able to conduct online classes and we are able to do this online evaluation and different other things using technology. So we are also very well knowing that we are living in the age of metaverse offering meta number of possibilities. So what is metaverse? Metaverse is that one type of virtual environment, yeah, networks. So where different type of possibilities can be there. There is free access of learners to multiple volumes of information in the form of audio, video, and text. So if we get connected to the virtual world, then we have got the access of different type of resources, learning resources. Modern technology gives us the capabilities of engaging self with different experts from diverse educational backgrounds. So once we are connected online, then we can have the access of different experts. We can share our knowledge. We can ask them to share their knowledge about different topics. Now, what is artificial intelligence? So artificial intelligence provides the computer to take intelligent decision on their own, or simply we can say developing the ability of cognitive decision-making abilities, which is very much a human concern, that humans are able to take cognitive decision. But if you are making the computers or the laptops or the technology to take the decision on their own, they have got the cognitive ability, they have got the logical thinking, they have got the reasoning ability, then that is of great use. Now, machine learning is also one of the part of artificial intelligence. What it actually does is that it's try to study the pattern of use of the machine or whatever, means how the users are interacting with the machine, and based on that pattern, it tries to give you the efficient result when you are going to use it in the next time. So together, artificial intelligence and this machine learning can be of greater use when we are talking about it use in the field of education or in the our classrooms, our technology-enabled classroom. These experiences of augmented reality and artificial intelligence and machine learning has given maximum scope for educational stakeholders to explore its potential to the fullest. Now, this artificial intelligence and machine learning has also automated and provided best learning management system. We are knowing about the Moodle, we are knowing about the Google Classroom. So these all possibilities in the recent time, we have also seen that how much they are capable of providing you the administrative support, also managing the classes, managing the resources, managing the attendance, and managing the assessment of the students. So they are very much capable. And this artificial intelligence, in fact, it makes it more productive. The operating systems have also become more intelligent, means our search engines have given us more productive result. So we are more efficient in our performance. So artificial intelligence-based technological intervention has helped in making the online assessment and grading processes very much authentic, because we are able to do the proctored examinations, and AI can be of that help. Means we are very much many times we are not sure that if we are able to stop the malpractices during the online classes, but online assessment. But AI and machine learning can be of that use. Proctored examination is one example of use of AI when you are able to make the examination system transparent. So there also we can use it. Content management also, in that content management also we can very nicely use it, artificial intelligence, because we are able to give the arrange the resources in such a way that the users can easily access it. So this is also one of the use of AI. Now we also know that AI, this is one of the report of Attache, that AI is a industry of $1 trillion. Means by recent reports, we can see that it is one in the sector of healthcare and in the sector of education. It has got lots of prospects. Now young kids are very creative, so we can use AI and machine learning for their maximum benefit. Now it has also got the potential to make the teaching learning process very much decentralized. Means we are making it student centric, because all the students have their own autonomy to use the resources whenever, wherever they want. At that time they can use it. No one will be there to that to what you can say pace their learning, decide on their pace of their learning. Whenever they want, they feel comfortable, and whichever way they want, they can do it. So it makes the learning very much decentralized also. Robotics and gamification makes the learning interesting, because the students enjoy, and we are talking about also that the learning should be joyful. Then we can also identify the struggling students. Many times the teacher has got the limitations because he cannot give individual attention to the student in that classroom of 50, 60 and 100 students. So, but artificial intelligence, whenever the students are using it, all the technological mode, we can very well, by analyzing their way of responding to the technological equipments, we can analyze that where they are studying, which part of the particular content or that particular topic they are struggling, and then that's why we can manage it. And we can perform predictive analysis also. We can very well predict that in which area they should go, and they should try to make explore, so that they will be very good in their future. And we can also provide some emotional support to the students. So what are the different benefits? It makes the learning automated. We can go for proctored examinations. We can very much make personalized modules, because that possibility, the technology with the use of AI and machine learning, you can make it personalized modules for each individual. We can, depending upon their capacity, their interest, we can make different modules, provide needful and timely help whenever they want, whatever help we can provide it, but technology can help it. We can diagnose the difficulty of the children. We can engage them in the real-time interaction, because that possibility is also there. Then learning management systems are also there. I already gave the examination of Google Classroom. Then Edmodo is there. Then Moodle is also there. We can also, the bot is also one of the application. Bots are, we have seen that bots are very much useful. They are just like human like interaction. They provide support in human language. It is called FLP. So you can talk with them, and whatever task you want to do, want any help, then they can interact with you and they can provide the support. So that is also one of the views. Then improvised experiences from machine learning, we can also use it. Now these are particular examples of AI and ML uses in education. Duolingo, it is used in the language sector. Whenever we try to develop the language efficiency in different language, you can use it. Friendly is used for this mathematics and other brainstorming session, discussion on different assignment, different homework. As the name is there, Thinkster Math is for mathematics. Practically helps in using learning different topics using practical methods. Redscope is for grading. Then robotics is also there. Aviskar is also there for doing different types of tasks in STEM learning, that is science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And these are different applications available online, which are based on AI, and they are very much useful in the sector of education. Now, what are the different? This is a large part of my presentation. The different challenges are there that although technology is advancing, but the mindset of the people, the stakeholders, the teachers, the administrators, we still resist the change. And then the second challenge is that it requires immense funding. The financial threats constants are also there. Cyber crime or cyber involved threats are also there. That also we have to manage. And then the technological, what you can overhead, means how much algorithm is required to manage this type of technology. That is also not the cup of cake of everyone. So everybody cannot do. That is also one of the things. Then ethical consideration is always there whenever you are using the technology, but we have to be very intelligent and very transparent whenever you are using that one. If you are knowing technology, then we can stop all the threats. So we have to be very much aware. Now, UNESCO, last part, conclusion part is that UNESCO has developed a certain AI skill framework for different practitioners, for the school practitioners, for the administrators, so that how the AI can be used in the schools, that can be promoted. The last part is, as I already told, it has developed different AI models. That will definitely help while you are going to implement AI in the schools. And then in the last part, I will say that AI and ML-based application, if you are using in the school, it will definitely benefit the teacher, the overall output from the students. It will make the learning more enjoyable, more versatile, and then the students will also become, what you can say, very creative, which is demand of our new education policy. It also demands that. So thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Vikramaditya Singh. Very nice to hear you covering. You have basically covered AI ML for the student learners, how it can be better, their learning performance, and also talked about different platforms, which are nice. So and also you have highlighted what could be the future trends and what are the challenges and issues. So if there is any burning question to Dr. Vikramaditya Singh, because he wants to leave for another meeting, So anybody has a question, please raise your hand. I will allow, because time-wise we are okay, doing all right. Okay. If there is no questions, I think Dr. Singh, I think you made a very nice presentation. So it's very clear, so that there is no question for you. Thank you so much. So we will request the next, madam. It is next speaker is.
The next presenter will be Professor Sato Yoshimichi, Kyoto University of Advanced Sciences and Tohoku University, Japan. Professor Sato will give presentation on mind and gap between sociology and computational social science. I welcome you, sir, in 21st SCA conference from New Delhi.
Thank you very much. Let me share the screen.
Professor, you have about 15 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you see the slide?
Yes, sir, we can see it.
Okay, let me begin. The title of my talk is Mind Gap Between Sociology and Computational Social Science. So, as you know, we see the rapid rise of computational social science in sociology. Especially, let me use the beamer. So computational social science, big data analysis, and digital data analysis in particular has gained popularity in sociology. And these books were sold worldwide. So bit by bit is a kind of textbook of digital social research. And this book, How Behavior Spreads, also applied the technology of computational social science to the diffusion process of items in society. So I would say there's a rapid rise of computational social science in sociology. However, if you look at the status of computational social science in sociology, it is still in the periphery of sociology. At least in Japan. I don't know much about the situation or the status of computational social science in sociology in India, but in Japan, it is still a minority in sociology. So my research question is this: why is computational social science in the periphery of sociology? My answer is this. Computational social science has not seriously studied the concept of theories mainstream sociologists are interested in. So their principle is data first. So mediocre studies in computational social science begin with available data, which is interesting to computational social scientists, and search for sociological research questions that can be answered by analyzing the data at their hand. However, this kind of research strategy would push the computational social science to the periphery of sociology. So we should change the mindset for computational social science to be influential in sociology. So my argument is quite simple. Sociological research questions first. So computational social scientists should find or forge a research question mainstream sociology think is important and worth answering. Then they should find the right type of data to answer the question. So they should focus on important sociological concepts and theories such as power, inequality, and meaning. So as I said, now many of the mediocre excellent computer social scientists wouldn't do that, but mediocre computational scientists begin their research with data available to them and try to find a sociological question that data can answer. but we should change the direction of the research. That is, as I said, sociological research questions come first. So let me tell you the good example of big data analysis, sociological big data analysis of inequality. This article titled Mobility Network Models of COVID-19 Explain Inequalities and Inform Reopening, which was published on Nature last year. And this is the team, faculty members. The team consists of faculty members at Stanford University. And this is a nice combination of computer scientists and sociologists. So they build up model using the mobility data. So, you know, when people move, their location can be detected through their cell phones, smartphone. So the telephone companies collected such mobility data, and this team used such mobility data and build up a model. Then their model predicts higher infection rates among disadvantaged racial and socioeconomic groups as a result of differences in mobility. Concretely, they focus on racial differences, such as white people and African Americans. And they get together, they meet in different places. So poor African Americans tend to go to small places. So if you compare the size of supermarket, white people, rich white people visit and poor African Americans visit, the latter should be smaller than the former. So then, as you know, if many people are packed in a small place, the infection rate becomes higher. So the model clearly showed the difference in the infection rate between rich white people and poor African Americans. So this is a nice combination of sociological question of inequality and the technology of big data analysis. Then this is a very tough question. So in sociology, the concept of meaning is very important. It's one of the central concepts in sociology, but so far, computational social science cannot deal with meaning. This is because data, I mean the data used in big data analysis or computational social science is usually about behavior of people, not subjective meaning of people have. So they use, computational social scientists use mobility data, Twitter, and Facebook, and so on. So if you look at the sociological journals, there are uncountable studies using text data of Twitter and Facebook. But the texts do not necessarily unveil the inner world of people and how they interpret the world. So I'm recently thinking about the possible model of decoding and encoding in a sense. So here's a simple chart of my model. So there are two actors, actor A and actor B. Actor A does not incorporate the text of actor B, so actor A posts some text on the Twitter or Facebook. Then actor A reads the text. However, actor A does not incorporate text of actor B into their inner world. Rather, they interpret the text and incorporate interpreted text in their inner world. So the text posted by actor B does not directly enter the inner world of actor A. It goes through the process of interpretation and added actor A adds some meaning to the text and incorporate the interpreted text in the internal word. Then actor A posts text that do not necessarily reflect their inner word. So, okay, actor A posts their text on Twitter or Facebook, but the text does not necessarily reflect inner word of actor A because it goes through the interpretation process. So if we borrow the computer science technology, we could say actor decode and encode text. So we need a good model of interpretation and meaning to make computational social science in the center of sociology in the near future. So here are my conclusions. The first one is we should mind the gap between computational social science and sociology. For the former, I mean computational social science to become influential in sociology or to enter the center of sociology. To do that, they should begin with sociological concepts and theories mainstream sociologists think are important for their research questions they get interested in and search for data suitable to answer the question. As I said, not data first, but sociological concepts and theories first. Then, if they try to deal with the concept of meaning, they should build a good model of interpretation and meaning for computational social science to properly deal with meaning in sociology. So that's the end. This is the end of my talk. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sato. I think you have raised a very, very, very important point. That is the gap between the sociology and computational science, social science. And I'll tell you, even in India also, there is a gap very large. What you showed in Japan is same thing in India too. Even though maybe our data scientists are large number, but the sociologists are not learning data science and to interpret from there. So it's the same problem. So thank you so much for highlighting. I'm really happy to see you have very eloquently brought out the gap between the computational social science and sociology, and also how it influences each other. And then, also given a very nicely how to build a good model. See, that's very important. So I think if there is any burning question from the audience, who are there today, to Professor Sato, you are now welcome. Anybody? Dr. Singh, you have some question to him?
Yeah, thank you so much, Director Sir. It's a privilege to ask question from Sato Sir. I've read your papers as well, because I was studying in Delhi School of Economics and sociology was a part of the campus. So we had to we used to have lots of discussion. The problem with the sociological perspective is merging the qualitative and the quantitative data, the way you showed. Like with the COVID, there is one professor in D school, and he is working on the genderization of space. And there we are facing this issue. So can you suggest something how the big data, which is too much quantitative, it's a volume, velocity, variety. So how we can put an amalgamation into sociological perspective, like how we can use it wisely?
My suggestion is that one possible solution would be used sentiment analysis. So sentiment analysis uses the analyze the big data, text data, and find the correlation between words. So maybe suppose if you find the word wife, then the word should be, if the if a society is gender segregated, then wife would be strongly related to cooking, sewing, child caring, and so on. And if you look at the husband, then working, strong, and so on, such words are interrelated. So this can be visualized using the sentimental analysis, and then you see the structure of words in a society. If the society is gender neutral, maybe we don't see such a clear segregation of words or the clustering of words. So it might be one possibility to see the gender segregation or gender field quantitatively.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sato. Really appreciate it for your time as well as your presentation. So we'll move to the next paper.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Recha Sharma, can you take over, please? Tell me.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Professor Sato. I can very well understand why and how you are the part of Kyoto University and Tohoku University as well, being in two places, certainly for your excellent work in this area. Going further toward the third presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Swarnima Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, BDU Gorakhpur University, Gorakhpur, to give a presentation on big data application in managing 13 Sustainable Development Goals, climate and climate change scenario modeling. Over to you, Dr. Swarnima.
Dr. Singh, you have about 15 minutes, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, it's a kind of extension to Professor Sato's work, and mine is too much quantitative.
Can you make full screen, please?
Yes, sir.
Presentation mode, please.
Yeah. Is it okay?
Yes, it is fine.
Actually, it keeps on hanging, so I thought it in a reading mode. It is little quantitative. I work on anthropogenic biome and climate change system. So mine is like how big data can be managed through, like big data can be used to achieve 13th goal of sustainable development, which is climate change and climate change policy. So I've tried to zero down from global circulation model to regional level and then to local level of Himachal Pradesh. And like from past 15 years, me and my team are working on climate change simulation modeling. So it's a kind of very small move to show this presentation. Thank you so much. I don't want to go in nitty-gritties of all these text which I have written, but it is like this from the past, like entirely, if we see the historical perspective of the system, big data has come up. Big data is nothing new. It has come up around 1970s. From the same time sustainability concept has started. So, but the application part is very much new. So why big data? Why we are talking about big data? Because it is having all the possibilities to capture wide variety of data. So big data in nutshell can be summarized as like it is having volume, velocity, and varieties of data in a single platform. So we can see everything in an integrated manner. Like the Earth entire system is very dynamic, and to model a dynamic system with regardless of any other subject in an integrated manner, we need to have big data. So to say benefits of big data, it is very relevant in nowadays because it works with a different computation and management system. I'm coming on directly on my objective. So with this aim, to present here is describe how sustainability of climate issue can be managed through big data tools and with the system of systems theorem, SOS, and AI, artificial intelligence, which was the first presentation. I have tried to summarize that even. So this was a geographical journey from 1972 till 2030, how we are going to achieve the sustainability through UNCED, which has started in around 1972, and after 20 years, Rio de Janeiro has come up, but still we are lacking whatever we have dreamed about. So this step would be a kind of a noble step into analyzing where we were lacking. We see the natural system as we are not part of the natural system. So this attempt is like, I have just Googled it and saw that what is the trend of big data in Google. So you just see the slide and the trend have been vast, like if we just compare with the climatic trend. So with this gap, I thought why not work on big data and climate change and to downscale at a local level. So I'm working on anthropogenic biome, and I've tried to link with it. What is anthropogenic biome? So far, we know that biome is a natural system where we are having forest biome, animal biome, biosphere. So I'm working on nature is a nature, but we as a human being are part of this embedded system. And this is my hypothesis that we are embedded into natural system, and the degree of anthropogenic biome explains the ecological pattern that has changed over the time, and it is increasing, keeps on increasing. So while making and pondering over climate change policy creation, we need to take into account of geohistorical facts of local regional climate. This was a conventional biome concept that it is a function of climate, temperature, and precipitation. And just see how the wildlands where the forest and herbaceous trees have been converted into dense settlement. These were steps I cannot explain because the time is very limited. So with this, I have adopted few methodologies. I have taken GTAP, NASA data, Hadley Center data, IBIS. This is integrated biosphere simulator model, where simulator model I have taken into account to simulate 18,000 years back, then 6,000, and then the current situation. This is the how to downscale the temperature and precipitation data from TRIM, Tropical Rainfall Monitoring Mission from NASA, and AIRS. This is available on a global scale. I have downloaded on a regional scale, and I've wrote the Python programming for that. And then I've created a big data system in a different manner, and then overlaid both the results to see the climate change impact analysis. These were the data sources. This is 18,000 years ago, the global distribution of vegetation. You just keep on seeing the changes where the pink drops. The tundra and the open coniferous forest have been changed into this 6,000 years back. This is the current situation where broadleaf evergreen mixed forests, where human interface have started coming up. So we are not so far, it is a natural system, but what is anthropogenic biome? It is a process or function of population density and land use, and see how it is giving the result. So whatever the natural system has been left, it is limited to just 20% of the entire land mass, where it should be having 80% or more. So this is a regional example of India level. This is a 1700 AD model, where it is a part of Himachal Pradesh, Lahaul Spiti district, Chamba, Kangra, Kinnaur, and all that. So the final result is this, and this purple area, dark purple area is rain-fed growing crops and villages. You just see 1700 AD, it is yellow in color, which is populated croplands. The cropland has been changed into rain-fed irrigated croplands. So the result is like anthropogenic landscape is a heterogeneous mixture of different land use classes. Urban areas are embedded in agricultural areas, trees are mixed with crop and housing, and hill slope mountains are often having the semi-natural vegetation. It is not having the natural vegetation which is left into it. This is the modern, this modern is 1900 AD data, which is this one, and this is a future of 2030. So we can see how the temperature changes through human-induced changes, how this temperature changes and precipitation changes are modifying the biome system. So this was an old story that nature ecosystem are like with human disturbing them, and the new story is human system with nature is embedded within it. So my last point is we don't own this biosphere, we are part of this holistically, and together we can make a sustainable future.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas Singh, and it was a very interesting presentation on how the data science and environmental studies are linked up. So you have shown, very eloquently with your big data analytics using the satellite and NASA data, how the synergies between the diverse disciplines can exist. And also you have given some research ideas which can be further explored to overview the specific issue of environmental degradation. You gave very nice remarks at the end, and showing that the truly environmentalist you are. Okay, thank you so much, and I will open this up for discussion. If there is any quick questions,
may I?
Please.
Thank you very much for the beautiful presentation, and I'm quite impressed by your methodology and how you showed how the biome would change over years, but. This research is not just for research. Maybe you are interested in change the system to realize the SDGs or something like that. So, do you have any suggestion to improve our environment?
Sir, yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Professor Satu. Actually, like when I started this journey of this work, my supervisor also discouraged me that you are flowing against tide, because we don't think that we are part of nature. We think that we own this entire system. And when we see biome means all the natural phenomena. Are we created from some other world? Like we are also part of nature. So it was a kind of paradoxical term, and I have been discouraged so many times, but it is just because of one professor in IGU, and he put all the fight with my supervisor, Professor R.B. Singh, and he said, and even the Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore, and he pushed me to work on further. And to suggest something, I'm very small in that, but yeah, I can say that we should be thinking in an interlinked way. When I see here, I've joined this university, Gorakhpur, and it is very a small place as compared to Delhi and Bangalore. But when I see people, they debate on either purely climate change, which is through natural phenomena, or purely climate change through anthropogenic phenomena. There is no interlinkages between it. Like human beings are polluting climate. Human beings are changing climate, They are changing climate because of carbon dioxide pollution, because the resident time is almost 60 years, 36 years to 60 years. So we are pushing it. Why? If we have to control it, then we have to make it a owning kind of thing. Like we own the system. This is part of us. So if we accept this, then I think the problem will be solved. I feel that ways.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice answer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Where were you working at the University of Science? With whom?
Sir, I was not working. I was doing my PhD with Professor N.H. Ravindranath.
Oh, so, okay. IPCC creator.
IPCC, yeah, he denied putting my PhD into his list.
Yeah, very nice.
So I joined Delhi School of Economics, and there is a Professor R.B. Singh. He just passed away. I'm so sorry, but he just passed away last year during COVID time. So he unwillingly took me, like it is not a good work, but still you are working on big data, so we can submit. I'm sorry to share it on a public platform, but yeah, I kept on fighting that I have to, this is my way of seeing the world.
Yeah, nice work, actually. Keep it up. Don't give up now. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. I need your blessings. Thank you so much.
Don't give up now. It's a very important topic. I'll tell you, Professor has highlighted very clearly, how the social science, there is a lot gap. So it is not just the environmental studies. Then it will go to social science. Now you already talked about Gorakhpur, how they feel when compared to people in Bangalore and Delhi. That itself is another opens up an area which you can explore. Wish you all the very best to you. Dr. Sharma, can you take over the next one, please?
Sir, can I make some comment or suggestions if possible?
Yeah, please, you're welcome.
So I am actually a student of history, and what we have seen so far in our historical analysis, that this big data and satellite pictures and coverages is so open and so common to understand climate change and its impact over these civilizations and migrations in civilizations. So to us, when it comes to big data, it would be really very good if you identify the geographical regions, specifically geographical regions, and the climate change and its impact therein. It is becoming very generic in approach, because in the social science, a big data analysis are very well incorporated in the historical studies, where the history and geography is studied simultaneously. So we call it chronology and geography, right eye and left eye of history. And geography has become just very handy with the historians, and satellite images are very open used. You can even take the information from the many SOAS, for example. You can take from the Osaka University studies and a lot of such studies which can further enhance your ongoing work. So this is a one humble suggestion, that it has to be more specific, because this big data is a very commonly used term each and everywhere. Need to specify for a very peculiar study for some region where we really want to see, and having the drastic impact due to climate change, etc. Okay.
Thank you. But before I go over to you, I just have a question, quick question to Dr. Singh. You were showing 1700 and the data also mapping, but 1700 there was a NASA flights. I don't think so. But anyway,
no, it is a simulated model. Actually, I was going to answer Richa ma'am, and like she was suggesting, I've already published a book with Nature, and my work is already there on the website. It is scaled down to Kangra level, and for that I got the accolade from NASA also. So it is not a superficial work. Initially, I've started to work on India level, because at that time big data was not there. It has came in the fade recently, very recently. So in 2008, when I started working on it, I worked on India level, because the downscaling programming in geography, because I'm a student of geography and physics. So I learned downscaling, and to come up at India level, I thought it is very generalized and people were not even accepting it. So simultaneously, I learned few techniques and modeling and mapping, and I came up to very local level. Even the village level can be seen through that. So my book is there, Sustainable Simulating Livelihood Security in Kangra. It is with Nature, and it took almost 15 years to work on that. So it is like I totally get your point. When we talk about geography, it's just not spatial dimension. We need to see it historically. So while answering sir's question, he's saying 1700 AD NASA was not there, and all this flights were not there. It is a simulated model, sir. The historical archives from she's from history department, so she must be knowing this. So I've taken all the during the summits also, and the gazetteer also. So I've got down the earliest information from 1821, not before that. So I mapped all those area with the isotherms and isobars, and then I took the NASA data for the current 1900, and then I simulated it was that is why I called it big data, because simulating one point took almost 7 months. So all these layers of information have been put layer by layer, and then we simulated for 1 point, and that 1 point covers only 5 meters. So it is that detail. I'm working with Magdalene University also, Professor Naveen Ramankutti. And if at all you are interested, Richa ma'am, you can have his work. It is Marvelous work.
Certainly, certainly.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your nice.
Dr. Savarnima, no doubt it was really thought-provoking and made a historian also to speak on big data. So this is what integrity of the interdiscipline is all about as a part of this SCA conference. Thank you once again, Dr. Swarnima. Going further, looking into the paucity of time, I would like to invite our fourth presenter, Professor Chandrasekhar Patro, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies, Gayatri Vidya Parishad College of Engineering, Visakhapatnam, to give his presentation on application of big data analytics and organizational performance. Over to you, Mr. Dr.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, you have 15 minutes, keep it up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. So just I will be sharing my screen. So yes, sir. So application of big data analytics and organizational performance. So coming to the introduction part. So in the current organizational environment is characterized by rapid changes that make it difficult to meet the customer's needs. And this situation has also intensified by the COVID-19 pandemic and its variants, forcing many companies to transform themselves from adopting technologies and strategies to achieve a competitive advantage that prepares them for the new normal with the increasing use of digital environments. So under this scenario, the ways in which organizations have adapted to the pandemic have generated an extraordinary amount of data that can be used to create knowledge for decision-making purposes. And this has brought new forms of learning and knowledge creation, such as big data analytics. So big data analytics is defined as the processing of a large amount of data using mathematical and statistical techniques that allow the organizations to discover patterns, identify anomalies, and generate valuable knowledge. However, big data analytics is applied in different sectors, including small and medium enterprises, which can collect a large amount of information during the business process and use to address the challenges of increasing global competition. And according to the contemporary studies across a wide range of industries, the application of big data analytics is a key driver for organizational success and performance also. So there is a rapid progress in the response by the executives about the potential benefits linked with the adoption of big data analytics. So coming to the important significance of the study, so despite the importance of the application of big data analytics, as it is a disruptive technology in early stages of adoption, there are certain gaps in its implementation due to lack of understanding of necessary elements for its success and the decrease in levels of risks associated costs. So further, an exhaustive literature search in major scientific databases indicate that little research has considered the factors that influence the application or adoption of big data analytics, and even fewer studies have adopted a holistic view to validate the organizational context. So although research has been conducted on big data analytics in various sectors, it has been rarely focused on small and medium enterprises, and most has been conducted in developing countries where the level of application is not clear, considering that the factors that impact adoption vary according to the characteristics of each industry. So despite the growing number of studies analyzing big data analytics and its impact on organizational performance, little attention has been paid with regard to the small and medium enterprises. And to address these issues, the study contributes to the existing literature in two ways. One is, firstly, to identify the factors that influence the application of big data analytics in small and medium enterprises, a sector that has lagged behind other industries in adopting this technology and making it unclear whether they are ready to adopt the big data analytics. Secondly, it examines the potential impact of big data analytics on organizational performance in SMEs. So main objectives are to identify the factors influencing the application of big data analytics in SMEs and examine the potential influence of big data analytics on organizational performance. So coming to the conceptual framework and hypothesis development, first, application of big data analytics means big data analytics is a progressive value creator that several enterprises are adopting for getting assistance in the decision-making process. And big data analyst requires competencies to find out the implications and develop intuitions. An effective execution of big data analytics require appropriate analytical tools for scrutinizing. Therefore, the big data analytics addresses the latest systematic procedures for solving complications of business, which was not possible earlier due to scarcity of data or analytical tools. So based on this, I identified three aspects. One is technological aspects. So where technological factors refer to the endogenous and exogenous elements of a technology that are critical to its adoption. Organizational factors refers to the structural aspects of the organization that can influence the technological adoption, and environmental factors are the external elements that can influence an organization's adoption of a technology. So as specified in this context, the current study examines the technological factors like complexity and compatibility consistent with previous studies that consider these factors relevant in adoption of innovation. So first, coming to the complexity. Complexity is the degree to which innovation is perceived as being relatively difficult to understand and use. And the recent literature recognizes that the complex task of implementing big data analytics in organizations due to aspects such as data security and privacy, architecture availability, and technology diversity, which are aspects that negatively influence its adoption. So however, therefore, the hypothesis proposed is complexity significantly influences the application of big data analytics. Second one under technological factor is compatibility. So compatibility refers to the degree to which a new system is consistent with those that currently exist in the organization. And here also previous studies have identified the compatibility as a significant determinant of big data analytics adoption. Therefore, the hypothesis as framed as compatibility significantly influences the application of big data analytics. So compatibility and complexity comes under the technological factors. Coming to the second aspect, that is organizational factors. Under organizational factors, three aspects are again identified. One is management support, which is a fundamental factor in creating a supportive environment and providing adequate resources to adopt a new technology. In the case of big data analytics, as it is critical factor due to the need for adequate and coordinated resources for required data integration and architecture. And the third hypothesis is management support significantly influences the application of big data analytics. So the second one is data environment. It refers to the ability to assess previously unavailable information, as well as the ability to reduce errors when assessing the information. So therefore, the fourth hypothesis developed as proposed as organizational data environment significantly influences the application of big data analytics. The third one is organizational readiness. It refers to the ability of organizations to manage and invest in the adoption of new technology, including the capacity and technical expertise required in the information technology area. In the case of BDA, where researchers agree that it is a fundamental prerequisite for its proper adoption. So therefore, the fifth hypothesis, organizational readiness significantly influences the application of big data analytics. Coming to the third factor, which influences the big data analytics, is environmental factors. So in environmental factors, the first aspect, there are two aspects. One is competitive pressure, where it increases as competition seeks advantages through innovation. In that sense, the adoption of big data analytics can benefit organizations by presenting a better understanding of the market and generating more accurate data-driven decisions. So therefore, the sixth hypothesis, competitive pressure significantly influences the application of big data analytics. The second one is external support. And this refers to the support that can be provided by suppliers for adoption of the technology. In the case of BDA, receiving support from specialized suppliers allows for the development of the necessary capabilities for its proper implementation. And therefore, for that purpose, the seventh hypothesis is related to external support, which significantly influences the application of big data analytics. Coming to the main aspect, that is organizational performance, where it refers to the capability related to the accomplishment of its goals and stakeholders' expectations along with market survival. And the organizational performance involves actual productivity or outcomes of the organization compared with the desired outcome objectives. So simple, we can say that higher performance is contingent on the capability of the organization to cope with innovation, protect and use intangible knowledge assets in a way that they will give benefits to the organization. So coming to the relationship between big data analytics and organizational performance, the hypershed developed is the application of big data analytics significantly influences the organizational performance, because the big data analytics and its application to achieve higher organizational performance is grounded in resource-based theory, which states that a firm's performance depends on the extent to which it simultaneously possesses valuable, rare, imperfectly immutable, and approximately organized resources. So coming to the theoretical framework, where as identified, three factors have been identified: technological factors, organizational factors, and environmental factors, and its influence on application of big data analytics by the organizations, and this relation and stating the relationship between application of big data analytics on organizational performance. So coming to the methodology, where the main purpose is to evaluate the impact of application of big data analytics on organizational performance. For the purpose, the data from both secondary and primary sources are collected, where the primary sources of the study cover various types of SMEs in Andhra Pradesh. And to collect the data and analyze the influence of big data analytics on organizational performance, a structured questionnaire covering the technological, organizational, and environmental factors are prepared and distributed to the respondents. Come to the sample collection and data collection. As specified, the study covers the various types of SMEs and these businesses which are supported by innovative techniques and tools for data storage and consumption. So to make sure a wide range of small and medium enterprises representing the study, the author collected data through simple random sampling. And the data was collected from business owners, executives, managers, and other relevant employees who can respond to the big data analytics and its influence on organizational performance. However, with a total of 90 questionnaires were filled and considered for the study from different SMEs. So measurements, research Cronbach alpha, and the questionnaires consist of 5-point Likert scale ranging from strongly agree to strongly disagree to agree. Where regarding the dependent variable organizational performance, the study is based on the research done by Iqbal et al., and which consists of 4 indicators. Similarly, the application of big data analytics considers the research done by Jiff and Wren, and it consists of 4 indicators. Regarding the organizational and environmental factors, the instruments were considered from Verma and Chaurasia. As specified, the technological active factors consists of 2 items, 2 constructs, that is complexity and compatibility, with 4 indicators each. Organizational factors consists of management support, data environment, and organizational readiness with 4 indicators each. And environmental factors consists of 2 items with competitive pressure and external support, which consists of 3 indicators each. So here the structured equation modeling method was implemented, where the confirmatory factor analysis was performed to determine that all constructs are used in the study yield favorable results in the tests of convergent, discriminant, and the composite reliability, validity. And in addition, confirmatory factor analysis is a necessary step in development of structural equation. So come to reliability analysis, where big data adoption, the mean values is 4.33, and the Cronbach alpha value is 0.875. For complexity, it is 0.917. For compatibility is 0.865. For management support, 0.907, where all the indicators are having the Cronbach coefficients greater than 0.7, indicating the acceptable level of reliability. Coming to the confirmatory factor analysis, which was performed for each construct, so where the factor loadings are greater than 7 and the composite reliability is also greater than 7, and the average variance extracted are greater than 0.5, so which are considered for convergent validity reliability analysis and goodness of fit tests were performed. And further, the goodness of fit tests obtained favorable results of 0.840, indicating an acceptable fit. So coming to the convergent validity and the composite reliability, you can see the items, the factor loading and the composite reliability, as well as the average variance extracted as specified earlier. So where the final hypothesis outcome used based on the structural equation model specifies that the complexity, the influence of complexity on big data analytics, where the hypothesis has been rejected as it has a negative influence. Similarly, compatibility on big data analytics, the hypothesis has been accepted. The hypothesis, the third hypothesis, management support has a strong relation, that is significant relation.
Dr. Chandrasekhar,
Sir,
you should conclude. You should conclude now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So in conclusion, you can say that the current study is aimed to examine which factors influence the application of big data analytics in SMEs, and it also reveals its impact on organizational performance. Then the study states that the compatibility with existing information systems, management support, and an adequate organizational data environment, competitive pressure, and external support are necessary for application of big data analytics in SMEs. Therefore, you can say that it is recommended that decision makers in SMEs promote big data analytics initiatives, generating dynamic capabilities that consider aspects identified in the research. And this study is significant because it is one of the first to propose a theoretical model that integrates the factors that influence the adoption of big data analytics and organizational performance, which can be replicated in various industries also. And this data is significant because it identifies the factors that influence the adoption of big data analytics and should be considered by decision makers involved or in charge of defining the implementation of strategy of big data analytics. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar. I think you brought in big data on business, so which is nice, to understand, as you rightly said. Maybe, we are running out of time. So I will ask Richa Sharma to continue with the next paper. Maybe you stay back at the end if there is a time. I will allow one question or two questions for your paper as well. Okay, just stay back.
Fine, sir. Fine, sir.
Because we have one more paper to be presented. Let them present first. So, madam, please introduce the next speaker, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar, for a wonderful presentation. Moving forward, now I would like to invite our last presenter of the day in this team, R. Britha, PhD scholar, Bharati Sadanand School of Management, Bharati Sadanand University, Trichapalli, Tamil Nadu, on role of blockchain technology in cryptocurrency. Over to you, Ms. R. Britha, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is an immense pleasure to be on this platform. Let me share the screen. Is it visible, sir?
Please proceed. Make it full screen and proceed.
Okay, the topic we are going to discuss today is on role of blockchain technology in cryptocurrency. This study was made ready by myself, my co-scholar, Mr. Ananda Balaji, with the guidance of Dr. N. Babu, my supervisor. The advanced personal computer, tablets, and mobile phones have been a major influence on the customers' lives. They have had the same effect on the global market and the development of the economic system. The dedication to design and generate a good mobile application has been increased because of the market demand and information technology development speed. The financial market has made many new technologies launched every day, but most of them cannot succeed or survive. At the same time, blockchain has been in the global market for more than 10 years and seriously, it invades the finance market and threatens future of traditional businesses. It is known as a trustful technology. Blockchain and cryptocurrency are unpredictable technologies, as it is hard to predict future adoption in the financial system. The blockchain technology is known as a secure platform for cryptocurrency transactions. There are also other technologies designed inside the mechanism of blockchain technology, such as disruption ledgers and smart contracts, both of which integrate into different blockchain platforms and applications like IBM Hyperledger and Ethereum, and serve in many other technologies. Many experts in blockchain technology are discussing the complex characteristics and unique structure of the technology, which encouraged to consider new surrounding context. From the user perspective, the legislation and legality is the first axiomatic concern, followed by environmental variables. On the other hand, new technology implementation is very complex and costly. Today, the failures of many information technology implementation cost organizations millions of dollars, raising the need for good forecasting to the market. However, low adoption or implementation of information technology has become a big issue for many organizations in terms of reaching tangible or intangible benefits. The importance of customer acceptance towards a new technology is shown in the results. The investors receive the little evaluation feedback on technical feasibility, then they move to improve the firm invention. So coming to cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies are digital currencies or tokens like Bitcoin, Ethereum, or Litecoin that can be used to buy goods and services. Just like a digital form of cash, cryptocurrency can be used to buy everything from your lunch to a house. Unlike cash, it uses blockchain to act as both public ledger and an enhanced cryptographic security system. So online transactions are always recorded and secured. So how does a cryptocurrency work? It can be bought using one of the several digital wallets or trading platforms, then digitally transferred upon purchase of an item, with the blockchain recording the transaction and the new owner. The appeal of cryptocurrencies is that everything is recorded in a public ledger and secured using cryptography, making an irrefutable timestamp and secure record of every payment. Blockchain security makes theft much harder, since each cryptocurrency has its own irrefutable identifiable number that is attached to one owner. It reduces the need for individualized currencies and central banks. With blockchain, it can be sent to anywhere and anyone in the world without the need for currency exchanging or without interference from the central banks. It can make some people rich. Speculators have been driving up the price of cryptocurrency, especially Bitcoin, helping some early adopters to become billionaires. Whether this is actually a positive has had to be seen, as some retractors believe that speculators do not have the long-term benefits of crypto in mind. More and more large corporations are around the idea of blockchain-based digital currency for payments. In February 2021, Tesla famously announced that it would invest $1.5 billion into Bitcoin and accept it as payment for their cars. What is blockchain? It is a distributed ledger technology, and it makes the history of any digital asset unalterable and transparent through the use of decentralization and cryptographic hashing. A simple analogy for understanding blockchain technology is a Google Doc. When we create a document and share it with a group of people, the document is distributed instead of copied or transferred. It creates a decentralized distribution chain, and everyone has access to the document at the same time. No one is locked out, awaiting changes from another party, and all modifications made to the doc are being recorded in real time, making changes completely transparent and traceable. Of course, blockchain is more complicated than a Google Doc, but analogy is apt because it illustrates the critical ideas of the technology. These are some of the properties of the distributed ledger technology as well as blockchain technology. It is quite programmable. It is distributed. All network participants have a copy of the ledger for complete transparency. It is highly immutable. Any validated records are irreversible and cannot be changed. It is time-stamped. A transaction timestamp is recorded on a block. It has unanimous feature and all network participants agree to the validity of each of the records. It is anonymous as the identity of participants is either anonymous or pseudonymous. It is highly secure and all records are individually encrypted. A blockchain is a database that stores encrypted blocks of data, then chains them together to form a chronological single source of truth for the data. The digital assets are distributed instead of copying or transferring, creating an immutable record of an asset. The asset is decentralized, allowing full real-time access and transparency to the public. A transparent ledger of changes preserves integrity of the document, which creates trust in the asset. Blockchain's inherent security measures and public ledger make it a prime technology for almost every single sector.
Brinta, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. So how are you going to introduce blockchain and cryptocurrency together? Rather than being an optional technology for cryptocurrency, blockchain is a foundational feature and it is not restricted to the financial sector. The technology offers multiple solutions that have already and will continue to disrupt diverse markets in the years to come. So this is how a transaction gets into blockchain. A transaction is requested and authenticated. Then it is created using a block. A block is sent to every node in the network. Nodes validate the transaction and receive a reward for proof of work in the case of cryptocurrency. The block is added to the existing blockchain and the update is distributed across the network. Then the transaction is said to be complete. So objective of this study is to propose an extended model of technology acceptance to incorporate a couple of customer behavior intention determinants of blockchain acceptance has been proposed. The customer can decide whether to take the right interventions or not to maximize the effective utilization of the new transaction technology. So based on this model only, we have incorporated 2 other dimensions. The technology acceptance model is popularly used in the management field, academic field. It uses perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, attitude toward using, behavioral intention to use, and actual system use. It was proposed by Davis in 1989, and it is the information system theory adapted from the theory of recent action has been the base for this theory. The proposed model says that there has been addition of 2 new constructs to the TAM model. They are traceability and cost of design. These are the basic features of a blockchain technology. The constructs introduced are traceability. Traceability defined as the capacity to track all operations from input materials, purchase to manufacture, use, destruction to determine where and when the product was made and by whom. Cost of design, another construct. At the design phase, budgetary control and decision making should be integrated. Implications of the study. Aimed to design a proposed model to test customer behavior on blockchain technology and cryptocurrency based on TAM model. It gives a new perspective and new factors in the world of estimating customer behavior and assess future technology acceptance. It provides customers with a clear understanding of each transaction process and teach them how to interact and trust the blockchain-based application. Businesses can promote their plans and business models according to their actual needs. On concluding part, blockchain technology growing rapidly in the global market and providing a variety of solutions to secure transactions and services. Rise of new technology and the few resources that can be helpful to support this research, and the proposed model is to open a new perspective and contribute blockchain technology adoption. This study highlights the factors that influence customers' behavioral intention toward cryptocurrency transactions that are supported by blockchain technology. So these are some of the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Binta.
Thank
Nice
you, sir.
presentation.
Thank you,
With this, we have come to end of the session. Madam, I think we have completed all the presentation, isn't it?
Yes, sir. We
I'll
are done
give you
with our
final remarks. I'll give you the final remarks if you don't permit me. So, friends, all of you agree that.
Before that, can we make a first some comments and ask?
That is what I'm saying. I'm doing
yes.
that. I'm doing that. Please allow me. Okay.
Sure, sir.
Yeah. So there are 5 papers which presented today in this session. The first one was AIML for learning opportunities for in the field of education. The second paper is on data science and social science. The third paper is on data science and environmental studies. The last one is the big data and business. The last one is the blockchain. So you could see at least, the 5 papers have covered the topic what ICCR has presented, the theme, social science paradigm with emerging big data, artificial intelligence, blockchain. Friends, I think all of you know, this is a very, very complicated and a very new topic. Complicated because of social science getting into it. And the topics are new, big data, artificial intelligence, blockchains. Friends, I think you're some of your users. Artificial intelligence can definitely, with the big data analytics, dramatically improve the efficiency of our workplaces. And also can augment the work what humans can do. When AI takes over repetitive or dangerous tasks like this, some of them are very dangerous. Why I'm saying is, you see, what you interpret from there might really put you into a wrong spot. So one has to be very careful. And also at the same time, it will allow human workforce is replaced by repetitive type of calculations, which will help you. But coming to blockchain, which is started relatively very late, very new. And as you know, Bitcoin proposed by, again, another Japanese, Satoshi Nakamoto in 2008. So Professor Sato is also here. So I thought, let me mention that. It's a Japanese contribution. And the blockchain is essentially a distributed ledger, as Brinta very eloquently, brought to us what it is. Okay, very nicely. Coming to, I would like to conclude like this: artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and even blockchain. Please note, they have their own disadvantages. See, all people talked about positive things about it, but I want to tell you, caution you that there are a lot of disadvantages, because I have also worked in AI, ML areas in engineering. Each of them has corresponding drawbacks. Blockchain has problems regarding energy consumption, scalability, security, privacy. So many issues are there. Let us not. I mean, I don't think this 1.5 hours is enough to discuss about the disadvantages of blockchain. Coming to artificial intelligence, interpretability, effectiveness are the challenges. There are a lot of challenges of interpretation. Each one can do whatever they want. It is like with statistics, you can prove everything is right for you, like that. So as 2 different research directions, they can be related to each other. Definitely these 2 are related to each other. But the challenging and a very important topic is ICSSR has brought out is the social science concept. I think today that's very critical. Friends and ladies and gentlemen, without social science, there is no science and technology. Why? Because for whom are we doing this? We need to understand the requirement of the society. So this is where I feel these technologies, whether it is AI, big data, or blockchain, has to be used carefully, very, very carefully. Just because you have a computational power, you should not jump into it. But very carefully, analyze it very thoughtfully, and understand its inherent characteristics, and take this to the next generation, because that's going to remain with us, because AI is going to remain with us, whether we like it or not. So the combination of this is again a combination of artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and blockchain are very complementary. And also, please note, they become a deadly weapon. So, because blockchain has a fantastic positive things, that is like trustworthy transactions. because a society can become very transparent, and society can become, there is no black money anymore. Okay, so it's a socially relevant things are also very, very critical. So the information age, ladies and gentlemen, at the end, the younger generation like Brinta has to take it forward, because a lot of data and a lot of information which we were not used to in our ages. Because today with social media getting into, this information has assured in an explosive growth of data. And the value of data lies in its circulation, because there could be all kinds of wrong interpretations. We are seeing that every day. I don't want to name. I know what I'm talking about. All of you know what I'm talking about. If you see the TV, it is all wrong messages, same data, same information, all wrongly interpreted. So you have to develop a trust in the data system. So that is very, very, very important, the trust factor. And then I think these tools will be the future for us. We can't leave them. These are tools. I will only put it that way. AI, big data analytics, and blockchain are the tools which are going to remain with us for the future generation. And people like Brinta and other young people would be really championing it, and India would be the leader in these areas. Thank you so much. Namaskar. All the very best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for wonderful concluding remarks and comprehensive summarizing the interlinking between all the new technologies and its impact on the society. I totally convinced with the concluding remarks of T.G. Sitaraman sir that the impact to the society, and the society which is convinced with the legitimacy of cryptocurrency to a larger extent, and therefore linking it with the blockchain technology and other technologies. The legal status of cryptocurrency is need to be examined, and to look into how far it has been regularized and how far it has been legitimately considered by the court of law in the various countries. So with this note, I am extremely thankful for T.G. Sitaraman sir for chairing this session, which was the most important session of this conference. And I invite each and every one of you to the closing ceremony of 21st SCA conference, which will take place from 14 hours to 17 hours. Thank you once again, and see you after half an hour.
Okay, guys, I'm leaving this meeting.
Okay.